Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me and things are looking or sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who was in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man, Jesse Paris. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you as always. Shout out to Miss Nisi. What's good with it, Miss Nisi? Shout out to my man, DSB. Yo, DSB, make sure you know what I'm saying, throw your link in the chat and stuff like that so people can go check you out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Unsunken One. What's good with it? We got Tedra in the building. Shout out to Tedra. All right. It is good to see each and every one of you. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. Good to see y'all. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about a couple things. We're going to wrap up. Well, not really wrap up, but we're going to talk about a couple of the other things that got to do with the statistical debunking of the chief of misinformation, former President Barack Obama. All right, we're going to do that. We're going to look at a couple new developments that have occurred. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, DC Precise, for he puts a ton of articles in the Discord. A lot of them I haven't got a chance to do yet because I haven't really posted anything over on the crypto channel. But if you are a cryptocurrency head, make sure that you guys go and check out Tales from the Cryptocurrency. If one of the moderators could put the link for Tales from the Cryptocurrency in the chat, I would definitely appreciate it. We're going to be talking about that soon because, as you guys know, you know what I'm saying, cryptocurrency is one of the issues. That's one of the pressing issues in this election. All right, that's not really getting a lot of attention from anybody, you know what I'm saying, except for certain presidential candidates and not the one that we're all supposed to vote for. But she did just recently, address it. You know what I'm saying? And she also addressed, you know what I'm saying, making sure that black men stay high. So we're going to talk about that too. Shout out to Styles P, right? You know what I'm saying? I get high. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? All right. And yo, yeah, so make sure y'all go and check. And also make sure y'all check out AB's channel. You know what I'm saying? So DSB put his channel link in the chat. That's what's good. So we know that Kamala Harris is supposed to go on Fox for an interview, right? Which is interesting. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a look, all right? We're going to take a look at the plan for the Fox News interview. Now, we're going to take out some bets, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we like to bet and we like to, you know what I'm saying, do our little wagers and stuff like that. And what we're going to do in our bet and our little wager is we're going to ask the question, first of all, is it a good idea for Kamala Harris to go on Fox this late in the game, right? That's the question. And then the second question is, how do you all think that she's going to do on this interview? Is she going to cook this interview? Is she going, you know what I'm saying, cook this interview like that woman in Kentucky cooked her mom? Or is she going to bomb this interview? Let me know what y'all think, all right?
Hello, in case you're wondering. More on this, Special Report anchor Brett Baer. So this morning I was listening to a podcast that the New York Times does, and they choose 3 or 4 stories to highlight in the morning. Your interview with Kamala Harris was one of those 3. So this is big news to everybody. People are getting, you could walk us through, how did it come together? And then how do you think it will go? How much time do you get with her?
Yeah, good morning. You listen to a lot of those podcasts,
I do.
Dana.
I'm an enthusiast. It keeps me sharp.
Yeah, it took a long time, the back and forth of the campaign. I've obviously asked, a lot of us have, for interviews. I was also asking about a debate that we were trying to have, a final closing arguments. The campaign came back and said she was going to have this event in Philadelphia and I could have a sit down. So the time is roughly 25 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes. We were trying to do it live, but they gave us the time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. As you know, my show starts at 6. So we're doing it pre-tape, but wanted to wait until we got the commercial structure. So now we do, thanks to the folks above. We are going to run it uninterrupted, unedited, all the way, maybe 30 minutes, the first part of a special report, and then we'll have a panel discussion about it afterwards. So that's how it came about. It's been a long time in the making, and I'm in the making of how it's going to be structured.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how she got to yes. Before I let you answer that, I want to just read this headline from the New York Times today, because this is what we woke up to. Harris's final challenge: restore a splintering Democratic coalition. Defections from Black and Latino voters are making Kamala Harris more.
Now, this is important, right? Because this falls into the Barack Obama chief of disinformation talking points, right? You see, there's this article here, all right? Look, hey, we gonna get to we gonna get to the Stephen A video. That Stephen A video. We gonna get, hey man, Stephen A. Shout out to Stephen A. Stephen A. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite people to react to. You know what I'm saying? We Stephen A. Stephen A. I'm gonna say this. This is what I'm gonna say about the Stephen A. reaction. We're gonna get to it eventually. Stephen A. did it all in that reaction. Literally did it all. Everything. He did everything right and everything wrong all at the same time. Only Stephen A. could do it. Only Stephen A. could do it. He did it all right and did it all wrong. That's one of the things, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't agree with everything that Stephen A. say, and a lot of times Stephen A. be on the wrong side of an argument, but that's what that's what makes somebody a unique content creator. This ninja did everything wrong and everything right at the same time. It's crazy. You ain't never seen nothing like it before. I ain't never seen nothing like it. I was crying laughing when I was watching this. I was like, yo, this I was like, yo, this is wild. My man did just enough to make the point, and just enough to stay employed, and just enough to go in where he needed to go in, and just enough to support the monolith all at the same time. It was fascinating. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Stephen A. on the 1-to-1 ratio, 10 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? So as you can see, here goes these repeated talking points, right? Here's his final challenge, the final boss. We're the final boss. Restore a splintering Democratic coalition. Again, Democratic coalition is not really, it's not really splintering. That's a false talking point. It's not. Where is the Democratic coalition, quote unquote? First and foremost, what is the Democrat coalition, right? Second of all, how is it splintering? Where is it splintering? That's my question for you guys. Let me know what you guys think. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. Oh, you know what? Shoot. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. Make sure you guys show AB Promotions some love. My bad. I almost missed that super chat. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for my man, AB Promotions, funding the organization. Definitely appreciate it, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yeah, Stephen A. Stephen A. got a 10 out of 10 on that. That was some work right there. We gonna get to it.
Or dependent on white suburban voters and complicating her path to victory. So why would she see this massive audience as an opportunity, or who does she see in that audience?
Well, I just think that, you know, you're right. We have a lot of eyeballs. We have Democrats, independents, and Republicans. We have the biggest cable news audience. And this probably is going to get a lot more eyeballs. I think tough but fair is what I pitched it as, and I think that's what they're going to see. If you can think of the issues that people care about.
I did not know that. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Kamala Harris is going to be on Joe Rogan podcast. How many of y'all knew that? If you guys knew that Kamala Harris was going on Joe Rogan, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. I didn't know that. Well, we're gonna definitely hit that one up.
They ask pollsters, or they answer to pollsters what they care about. Those questions are going to be in the mix. And, you know, some things that perhaps haven't been asked in other interviews. There's time, you know, 30 minutes is enough time to press and follow up. And I think we'll go down a number of different roads. That event outside Philadelphia is a Republicans supporting Harris. So I think she's using that event to kind of make a point before the interview.
David Plouffe, who is.
So shout out to y'all, right? I just want to point something out. This is what we was talking about yesterday, right? This is what we were talking about yesterday about the quote unquote viewability, the viewability of the video. The fact that the live stream number is showing 14, and as you guys can see, the chat is nonstop as always. This is what we deal with all the time on YouTube, right? This is what we deal with all the time. So as you guys can see, just by the engagement in the chat, there is clearly more than 15 people viewing the video right now, right? But this is what YouTube is showing. So just so that people can see what we were talking about yesterday, this is what I'm talking about. And this is why I don't have no love for the quote unquote shadow ban sob stories, right? Because as far as the shadow ban sob stories goes, you really not shadow banned as long as the people that you want to talk to are in your content, talking to and engaging with you. And as you can see, shout out to y'all. Look at y'all. We all here. So where's the shadow ban at, right? And like I've always said, I don't believe in the shadow ban. I believe in algorithmic manipulation. So the algorithmic manipulation would be doing things like affecting the live number, affecting the view number, and all of that. But as far as viewability goes, if you got your people that rock with you, your people gonna rock with you. They're gonna see you wherever you at. And y'all see me wherever I'm at. So shout out to y'all. This is what I'm saying. I ain't got no love for the shadow ban sob stories.
Was with Obama, now is with the Kamala Harris campaign. He told New York Magazine, this is going to be close. And this one may be close in more states than we've seen in a long time. We have 6-7 states come down to a point and a half. It's call for number 5, guys. And that's probably where this is headed. And then if you just look at the Fox News Power Rankings forecast map, we just put Michigan as a toss-up that had been lean Democrat. And then you look at these ABC and NBC polls with Harris 50-48 and Harris-Trump 48-48. It is.
Now you guys see, look at the margin. The error margin is plus or minus 2.5. The error margin is plus or minus 2.5. So, you know, as far as the error margin goes, these, as tight as these are here, it doesn't even reflect the margin of error. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even reflect the margin of error. So what does that mean? Shout out to my man, DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro?
I heard yesterday it described as it's tied and getting closer.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, if you believe these polls, and there's a slew of them, it's all within the margin of error, and it comes down to those 7 states. So in these final 3 weeks, it's hard to believe we're 3 weeks from the day.
My man, Crew Reality, what's good with it, bro? Yo, I was actually just talking about you. I was saying I need to get a monitor from you. You know what I'm saying?
Any little thing that moves the needle any bit could be a factor. So these events are big things. Harris's town hall with the former president is going to be a big thing tomorrow. And we've invited the former president for the same format of this interview, uninterrupted, 30 minutes. And we'll see if he takes us up on it before the election.
Well, maybe have Harris on Wednesday and Trump on Thursday. That'd be all right. That'd be a good week.
Yeah, and if you wanted to be live at 5 o'clock, I'm sure we could accommodate on the 5.
Okay. A little round table question?
Sure, why not? Let's go.
I'd always be fearful of Greg.
Never fear the Greg.
Hey, Brett, good luck. We'll talk to you soon, okay? Thank you.
All right, so there's that. All right, so again, one of the issues that they're going to focus on this Kamala Harris interview is this talking point that actually, if you ask me, I don't really know if focusing on this has really been the best strategy. Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to the focus on these perceived or alleged issues with Black voters and with Latino voters, do you all think that this has helped Kamala Harris's campaign, or do you guys think that this has backfired severely? If you ask me, this has severely backfired. Now, shout out to Deneen, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember, but I think that it was Deneen who asked in the comment section yesterday, how do you think Barack Obama is doing? And I haven't changed my answer. I think Barack Obama is doing great. You know what I'm saying? I think he's eating good, living well, enjoying his wealthy elitist life, right? Shout out to him, right? However, I think that who this actually negatively affected is I think that this negatively affected Kamala Harris. Honestly, you know, this may not be a popular take because Kamala Harris is not very popular around these parts, but I actually think what we're witnessing here, I think that if Kamala Harris did the campaign on her own, it would probably be a failed campaign and wouldn't work very well. But I think that her doing the campaign on her own would be way better than whoever's managing it now. Whoever is managing Kamala Harris's campaign right now, I don't know if this is their first time ever doing it alone. I don't know if they got like a discount and went somewhere where they didn't get a good person to do it. But whoever is managing the campaign, it's almost like they're leading her into a fire every opportunity they get. In a lot of cases, I got my critiques with Kamala Harris, right? But in most cases, I don't even think because it's not even really Kamala Harris's damage has been career-wide damage. I wouldn't say that her damage is on the campaign trail. whoever's planning her campaign is creating the damage. They're doing horrible strategies. All they're doing is putting focus and highlight on weak areas that she has. And whoever's running this campaign is running it right into the ground. And, you know, usually most candidates don't control their own campaigns. So I'd be curious as to who's behind all of this. And shout out to Miss Nisi. Yeah, Miss Nisi said self-sabotage. That's exactly what it's looking like. Shout out to Crew Reality. Sabotage. If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Jerry Baker, our friend who works upstairs here, he has written a thought-provoking column. It's titled "Barack Obama and the Democrats' Politics of Contempt," and essentially what it says is,
"Oh man, we just look, hey, we just got done talking about this fool right here." Look, hey, we just got done talking about this fool right here. I guess you're gonna have to go back and see what we said. Oh, can't rewind nothing. Can't rewind nothing. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, what's good with it, bro? Good to see you, man. Hey, listen, look, shout out to TD, man. Hey, look, TD was dropping content bombs yesterday. I never had a day where I couldn't keep up with TD's content. I couldn't keep up yesterday. Shout out to you, bro. I couldn't keep up yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Is if you're thinking about how the mainstream media essentially is saying, hey, if you're thinking about voting for Donald Trump, it's either because you're bad or because you're stupid. It's contemptible.
So this is what a portion of the article says. Is it impossible, for example, that black men may think Mr. Trump would do a better job for the economy than another Democratic administration, or that the Democrats...
Look, hey, shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, did you get some sleep? Man, listen, yo, I plug in like a Tesla. I thought you knew. I plug in like a Tesla. I thought you knew, AW1.
Denial that sex is a biological reality is a serious threat to both the nation's values and science, or that Hispanics might want a candidate who has a record and a promise of imposing a tough immigration policy that will keep the country safer. The Democratic self-ordained mission to make better humans of us all is not only tiresomely elitist, it's also of dubious political value. If you have such a low opinion of voters, they may end up having a low opinion of you.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that I've discovered from the Democrats by doing these barbershops and talking with voters of different parties, but of course in the barbershop you got some Trump voters as well, which it's new because there's never been a Republican on the ticket in modern day time to get so much support from black men. And one thing that I discovered from the Harris voters that still remain with black.
Now again, right? Again, we got the black voter monolith, right? Are black men trending with Trump support any different than men of any other demographic? That's my question for you guys. Let me know. Military Muscle said, yes, Rob, we know that you're happy to see Kamala Harris fall and Trump rise. First of all, neither one, I don't care for either one of these people, but I'll tell you one thing that you don't know, right? You think that you know something about me. You don't know anything about me. Because if you knew anything about me, you wouldn't even show your face around me in daylight. If you knew. Right? So let's not act like we quote unquote know about Rob, because you don't know anything. I'm going to ask you something. You ever seen a fault line? You ever seen a fault line? If you've ever seen a fault line, imagine one of those drawing a tattoo on you. That's what you would know if you knew me. Okay? So let's not get it twisted. And here's an even better question. Why don't you try to put on a thinking cap and talk, right? Put on a thinking cap and talk so that, you know, if we ever happen to come in contact with each other, it's not a bunch of caps laying on the ground. How about that? And I'm a coward, but you in the comment section just making stuff up and not even addressing what's going on the screen. I'm going to tell you something, bro. Like I said last time, come and tell me that I'm a coward to my face. Come and tell me that I'm a coward to my face. Because if you do, I'm going to show you exactly how good your muscles are. I'm going to show you exactly what your muscles are good for. The only thing that your muscles are going to be good for is putting a couple square inches or a couple square feet on whatever you're going to be sleeping in. You feel me? You feel me? Don't tell me what I'm happy. You don't know anything about me or anything that makes me happy or anything that makes me sad or anything like that. You don't know anything about me. And I'm telling you one thing you don't want to know. I don't show my face. My partner on a channel where I show my face all the time is right there. Second of all, I don't need to show my face. What do I need to show my face for? Because you want to look at it? My face is covered in a great manly beard. But if you want to see what my face looks like with your weird ass, go check out Just Talking with TD and Robb. Telling me I don't show my face. Seriously, why would I not show my beautiful face? Matter of fact, if your woman or your mom or your sister or any woman that you care about happens to be watching my content, make sure that you let me know in the comment section and I'll show my face every time I go live. And make sure you got them around the phone so they could watch you be mad at my content. All right? All right? Because then all of a sudden your people's going to want to make sure that the notification bell is hit. And then they're going to want to have you making even more videos about me. And then you're going to try to figure out why you go to the gym every day and people around you that you care about want to look at me. You know what I mean? You understand that? You seem to have a problem with understanding stuff. I want to make sure you understand that. Hey, shout out to the 614. I'm in the 330. What? I'm in the 330. What? I don't care if you're in Columbus, Ohio. I'm in Ohio. What's up? We could get it popping right now. I can turn this shit off. That's an hour drive. What's good? Now, let me ask you this. You're supposed to be a man, but you're that triggered about some online content when honestly, I don't even mess with you. I don't even bother you. But I mean, you dropping locations and all that. I'm right in the same state, bro. I'm 2 hours away. I'm not hard to find either. And as you can see, I'm not seeking you out. But you are seeking me out. So like I've said, you got the invitation. You got the invitation to come right to my doorstep and be my new doormat if you want to. You know how the laws is in Ohio since you from here. Seriously?
Black males. They never expected that when they changed the ticket, because Joe Biden was doing bad with black males as well compared to other Democrats, but they thought by having a black woman on the ticket that it would pressure some black males to vote based on that.
This nigga is going to come in my comment section and talk about Kamala Harris, and we ain't even talking about Kamala Harris. I haven't bashed Kamala Harris one time in this video. And I'm going to tell you something, bro. If I ever see you, I'm going to bash Kamala Harris right to your face. Right to your face. And you ain't going to do a damn thing. And I'm not even going to do it because I got a problem with her. I'm going to do it because I got a problem with you. And I'm going to show you that you ain't going to do shit.
And the black males have completely rejected that policy position. They haven't seen anything from Kamala Harris that inspires them. They don't trust her. And the second issue is she hasn't given an answer of substance on why she hasn't put policies in right now to fix the economy. And whether you love or hate Donald Trump, a lot of black voters, specifically black males, feel like the economy was better under him, and they haven't provided a response to that.
I think there's so much to this. Number one, I think that fundamentally Trump is the first to this, and I think in future cycles will be there. I think people are tired of being sexualized. This is for black men, this is for black women, this is for Hispanic men, this is for Hispanic women, this is for women, this is for men. I think these, most of all, they're Americans. They want an opportunity. They want an opportunity to be successful. They want an opportunity to go to school. They don't need to smoke pot for free. They don't need special loans. They need an equal playing field. And make it equal. Don't tell me I need special services. And please don't think I'm naive enough to know when you're pandering.
Now, here go my question. How many of y'all agree with this? What this guy is saying here? Y'all be cracking me up, man. I got to ask y'all this question. Why do y'all love drama so much? Why do y'all love drama? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said Muscle 25 sounds like the guy that was trying to fight me in Lucas chat. until I said if I saw you around the way, it's not going to be a fight. These fake online tough guys. Yeah, bro, I'm right in the same state. It ain't no flex telling me that you in Ohio, bro. My whole family stay in Ohio. The whole state. The whole state. Seriously? My whole family in Ohio. I went to college in Ohio, went to high school in Ohio. People that mess with the Reaction Network is from Ohio. Are you serious? I'm in Columbus. Nigga, so? You know what I'm saying? We just saw Ohio State get their ass kicked yesterday by the number 3 team, Oregon. I know being in the 614, you heard and saw that. Don't be the next Ohio State, bro. You know what happened when Ohio State go out of conference.
You have 3 weeks to get an election. We all see the numbers, and you go, give them loans, give them pot, give them special housing discounts, and they'll vote for me.
That's
they can see through it.
That is how politics
Not
has worked
3
for
weeks
a
from.
long time.
But then, listen, you could tell pandering from a program. These are
Shout
individual.
out to Mimi.
candidates
What's
for a
good with it,
program.
Mimi?
Here's what Donald Trump has going for him. We saw what it was like under under his administration. Yeah. We saw what it was like under Kamala Harris. He had remained in Mexico. If you sought asylum, if you're an illegal and you say, I need to leave my country and come to America, he said, you have to wait in Mexico until your hearing, and then we'll decide. Then Kamala Harris and Joe Biden come in and they do away with remain in Mexico
94
immediately.
different border rules.
Exactly. Most everybody can.
And like, let's just keep it a buck. I ain't even trying to be funny, but like, why would anybody think that it's going to be a fair fight? You know what I'm saying? Why would anybody think that anything is a fair fight? Anytime somebody come at me expecting or talking about a fight, I'm automatically assuming that it's not going to be a fair fight. So I hope you ain't assuming that anything going to be fair. You know what I'm saying?
Can just walk across, declare asylum. Once you're in, you're in. Once your feet hit American soil, you're in. You don't even have to show up for your hearing. You could be a criminal and you're in. Yeah. And we've seen that. And then now they're trying to blame it on the border bill that Trump didn't sign. Guess what? That border bill came out this year. Kamala Harris they were in office
and 6
3.5
Democrats
years
said
ago.
no.
The problem with the pandering, though, to Steve and Brian's point, is that the pandering misses the mark. You want to put marijuana on the table, but people can't afford groceries, okay?
Right.
So I mean, putting weed on the table when people are trying to,
hungry.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
And then she says that she's going to give loans to black businesses, but then you're going to put more taxes and more regulations on those same black businesses.
Yeah.
And real quick, shout out to y'all, man. Make sure y'all smash the like button. Also, make sure y'all hit that bell, and also make sure y'all share the stream to your social media.
So the policies that she's throwing out there as red meat to try to attract us misses the mark every single time.
But here's the thing, and this goes to my point with Brian, and that is American politics. It's how it's worked forever.
Yeah.
I remember when my kids were in grade school, and when they
Facts. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, this is why those pro-blacks say, see, this is why you can't get into office running on a black agenda, because Whitey started talking like this. Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with DeAndre, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man John, funding the organization and growing the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Hey, listen, check this out, man. Check this out. Hey, check this out. Where military muscle at? Military muscle is all in my comment section this year, right? But where was military muscle at in the comment section when the people that he be riding for nowadays was kicking it with all the pro-black coons and conservative cats that we be roasting today? You know what I'm saying? Where was he at? Where was you at, bro? Where was you at? You want to do a deep dive into history? You want a history lesson? Because I'll give you one that you might not like. I'll give you one that you might not like. Don't ever come into my comment section telling me shit when you riding for people that got a 5-year history of actual Trump support and MAGA hat wearing. The fuck out of here, nigga. The fuck wrong with you? Fuck wrong with your delusional ass?
were, The kids who are running for class president, they would say, you know what? We're going to get Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling to come to our school. We're going to have candy every day at noon after lunch. Those kids always won. J.K. Rowling never came to the school, and they never got candy. But it's just one of those things people do in politics. Hey, I'll give you some free stuff.
I just hope our voting demographic don't behave like children.
Well, I mean,
and don't take the shiny objects. Right, I hope so.
But I mean, by the way, why is it that black people like pot? I mean, is that an insult? I mean, what about the white people like Coors beer? I mean, what are you trying to do?
Well, I think there's a large demographic of Americans that are smoking weed today. Yeah. I don't think that's an agenda for black America. I think that's an agenda for a lot of people. But the thing is, people can't afford basic.
Now here go this is what's interesting, right? When it comes to talking about quote unquote black people and quote unquote pot, right? My question is why is the conversation not discussed in terms of since the deregulation of marijuana? How many black people who were involved with marijuana have been able to capitalize on the entrepreneurship and the business opportunities that are involved with the decriminalization of marijuana? There's a huge amount of wealth that's been transferred that has not been transferred into the people that marijuana has traditionally been weaponized against and locked people up behind. You know what I'm saying? So what do y'all think about that?
Items now. Being able to buy weed because it's legal in a lot of states is a luxury right now. Yeah. And I think it just misses the overall point of what Americans, it is pandering, it's insulting in some ways to say that is a black agenda.
That's why when the speaker.
Now, what's interesting about this is that you got the white people here on Fox, right? And they're asking the one black guy that's on there all these questions about, isn't this stereotypical? And literally Fox News has made a business, right? Fox News has made a business calling black people ignorance, military muscle. They made a business calling black people ignorance. Sound familiar, bitch nigga? They made a business calling black people ignorance.
Speaker of the House was interviewed over the weekend, and they say, don't we want to know the cholesterol of Donald Trump? He goes, no one cares about Donald Trump's cholesterol. We care about being able to afford our groceries.
So let's just go with high.
Right.
It's high. He eats out of McDonald's.
On the ballot in the state of Florida is legalizing pot this year. So that's going to drive a lot of people.
It's a red state too.
I'm Steve Dusky.
I know other people that made a business calling black people ignorance. You want a history lesson? You want a history lesson? We could do one. You know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna go real well, but we can do one. And then all you're gonna say is, you know, you just want to see Kamala Harris fall. Listen, I don't want to see Kamala Harris fall. I don't want to see her hurt herself. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never wished violence on that woman.
According to Algorithmic, Trump is the favorite to win the White House in November. He has a 54.9% chance of winning. That's according to RCP, the betting odds. Harris currently trails by more than 10 points. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, with me now. Newt, can Trump keep up this momentum?
Oh, sure. Look, he has three issues. The economy, including inflation, the border, including all sorts of illegal aliens, and crime. Now, if he just sticks to those three day after day, that's what American people care about. Overwhelmingly, the American people feel they were better off under Trump than they have been under Biden.
Now, look, hey, listen. Now, check this out, right? Check this out. Yeah, look, hey, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with it, bro? Alpha Male Pimp Network said Black Light Revelations tonight at 8 o'clock. I will be tuned into BLR's episode of Surviving the Suburbs, featuring children in Kentucky cooking their parents, bro. Right. That story is wild, bro. That story was wild. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Listen, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I see what y'all be doing over there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be, you know what I'm saying, coming at people crazy and talking wild about people that y'all know got too many subscribers and, you know what I'm saying, too much going on to respond. But, bro, I'm from the Midwest, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, you bust at me, you better believe I'm busting back. You know what I'm saying?
Harris, and those three issues are the dominant issues of this campaign. He wins on all three. She loses on all three.
Kamala Harris will sit down with Bret Baier tomorrow. This will be her first interview on Fox. My personal opinion is that this is a move of desperation on her part. She's got to do something. What say you?
Well, sure. And then you see it happening all around. Look, when Barack Obama ends up lecturing young black men, literally browbeating them, it tells you how much trouble they're in. I mean, if she can't carry her
now, let
base,
me ask you this question right here. When have you ever heard me browbeating and lecturing Kamala Harris supporters? That's my question for you. You hear Newt Gingrich is up here talking about, shout out to Alonda. What's good with Alonda? Yeah, it's one tonight at 8 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Old girl in Kentucky decided to, you know what I'm saying, cut her mom up and boil her and eat her. Now, when do I lecture Kamala Harris supporters? I don't lecture Kamala Harris supporters. You know what I'm saying? I talk about my views about Kamala Harris's policies, right? I don't even really go with the personal attacks on Kamala Harris. There's a lot of people that be talking about her sex life and all kind of stuff like that. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I might laugh at a joke here or there, but I don't do all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't, for one, I don't think that there's a need for it. And for two, I don't really know how effective that is to making a political argument, right? But again, you got people that got to push a narrative. Now, you got Barack Obama, who's actually speaking mis and disinformation about Kamala Harris supporters, right? Which Kamala Harris supporters, like I said, they have displayed black excellence because of their Lysol-like ratios of Kamala Harris support. And instead of correcting Barack Obama and him berating them and addressing them as if they're underperformers and failures, you got people in my comment section worried about what we doing over here. You don't come over here if you don't know the password, bro. You get a bunch of objects pointed at you. You know what I'm saying?
And she can't. She has no space to expand. She's a terrible candidate. You referred to it earlier. I mean, that whole answer yesterday about the stars and the constellations, and I couldn't figure out what she was talking about. Carville told me one time that he went in to see Al Gore and said, "I'm your consultant. I can't figure out what your campaign is about. How do you think citizens are going to figure it out?" Well, I watch Kamala Harris and I think this is a person who is not ready for prime time. She shouldn't be on national television, and she can't do it. It's just she cannot.
Shout out to Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro?
Do it. She can't deliver.
But what do you want to hear from her? Solid answers to probing questions? Do you think we'll get solid answers?
Look,
no.
Here's just, she has two huge problems. First of all, in a really dangerous world with war in the Middle East, war in Ukraine, gangs coming in, fentanyl, you name it, she doesn't feel like a strong leader. So that's number one. Number two, if she answers honestly, for example, in the whole transgender issue, if she says, "Oh, I'm against transgender males competing in women's sports," she'll have her entire left.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all support what he just said? I don't really want to, you know what I'm saying, say anything because, they're going to be weird about it, right? But how many of y'all support that agenda? If y'all support that agenda, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't support that agenda, then give me a thumbs down.
An uproar. On the other hand, if she says, "I'm in favor of transgender males dominating women's sports," she'll lose about 80% of the country. So she's caught between a radical base that is very militant and about 80% of the country which thinks they're crazy. And that's why she dances. She can't stop dancing or people will realize who she is.
Hey, he said she dances. He said that she dances. You know what I'm saying? Do she be dancing, y'all?
And either way, she loses.
Have you ever seen a presidential election like this with 3 weeks to go? You're having fun, I can tell, dude.
No.
You're having fun.
Well, no, maybe Lincoln in 1860 when there were 4 different candidates. But you have to go back. That's the only one I can imagine that resembles this. And of course, Trump is perfectly made for this kind of campaign.
Yeah.
He campaigns 7 days a week. He thinks about it 24 hours a day. He has enormous energy. And he has figured out the rhythm of what it takes to make America great again. And it happens to be what the American people want.
Newt, thanks very much for being with us today. Hope to see you a lot more
Thank
before
you.
the election. Good to see you again. Newt Gingrich, everyone.
Hey, that for one, like do y'all know anybody else that's named Newt? Who would name their child Newt? Why would you name your child after an amphibian? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if this is a popular name or not. I've never really heard anybody other than Newt Gingrich be called Newt, but that's just very, very bizarre, very bizarre choice. It could, maybe it is Newton. I ain't think about that. Is it Newton? It's Newton.
Larry, we can't figure out what he's trying to say. He's trying to gaslight grocery shoppers in the checkout line. And that it's that. So Tim Walz is making that blunder on top of Obama scolding black male voters, saying you're sexist.
Right. This is what I'm telling y'all about the crash outs, man. Shout out to AB Promotions. They out here crashing out. We already with shout out to the Reaper. We already with the fuck shit today.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
In the comment section, acting just like a woman.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Hey, look, hey, shout out to the Reaper, right? Hey, how many of y'all watched the Reaper this morning? Hey, he had the fake Shannon Sharp call in. Hey, that fake Shannon Sharp had me dead.
If you don't vote for Kamala Harris, what is going on now?
What's going on is the polls are coming in and they're realizing that they may very well lose this election. About grocery prices, at least, Liz, they've gone from talking about gouging to now saying, I guess the grocery clerks that are putting the prices there are somehow putting the wrong prices and they're misleading you. Regarding Obama, I think it's pretty cheeky. Obama said the brothers are the problem, meaning the black men who are increasingly voting for Donald Trump.
Bro, I was crying laughing. Hey, they finally let Larry Elder come back around. There's a lot of people that, you know what I'm saying, used to idolize and look up to Larry Elder. You know what I'm saying? And now them the people that's calling everybody coons because of that thin line transition. There's a lot of people even like, you know, that's my term. That's my terminology, right? Pro-black coon and all that. You know what I'm saying? Right? It's a lot of people out there that's taking my terminology and taking my content and then trying to come in my comment section and use my shit against me. Hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? Go somewhere, man. Go get out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. Stop playing. There's enough money on YouTube for everybody, man. Cut the games. I don't even say nothing. Listen, man. I don't even say nothing about all the swagger jacket. I don't even say nothing about all the swagger jacket, but maybe I need to start, though. Do I need to start? Shout out to Tedrick. Yo, yeah, make sure y'all somebody drop the link in the chat for the Reaper. because the Reaper keep it one because the Reaper keep it 1,000. You know what I'm saying?
I guess he has that conversation, Liz, with the brothers in Martha's Vineyard when he hangs out at the barbershop and talks about what's going on in the real world.
All right, so
this is a guy who grew up in Hawaii.
Yeah,
his father got an economics degree. His father got an econ degree from Harvard. His mother had a PhD, raised by his upper middle class white grandparents in Hawaii, and he's lecturing the brothers on how they to think about life.
Look, Larry Elder came with the pro-black talking points real quick. So here go the pro-black to coon conversion, right? Now we're going white. Barack Obama got a white mama. This is why I don't take any of these cats on either side serious. So now you're now trying to pro-black talking point Barack Obama to somehow validate your blackness in talking to a white person to berate Obama. They are the same. Larry Elder is literally doing the exact same thing as Obama is doing, all for the entertainment of white people. When do Larry Elder ever talk like this? He's gonna put on his leather jacket when he leave and his Kango hat to the side. Just, you know what I'm saying? You guys are witnessing. This is why it's so easy. This is why it's so easy for people to make that conversion. They can make the pro-black to coon switch. They the same people. Now, if Larry Elder had on a dashiki, you know what I'm saying? It would be no different than Umar Johnson. He can't relate to us kings, you know what I'm saying, because he was raised with a European mother. But at the same time, when he does something good, then we go and Pan-Africanize him. He's a melanated man. Like go somewhere with that BS. This is why I don't take none of these people serious. Do y'all see y'all people need to start calling these pro-blacks and these coons convertibles, because they the same people. They convertible. Top on, top down. Top up, top down. You know what I'm saying? We got people in the comment section advocating for people in my comment section that have made the pro-black to coon switch. They walking, talking evidence of what I'm talking about. Trying to come in my comment section with my talking points. You know what I'm saying? You live in proof. You talking about? You know what I'm saying? A walking data point. We got all these walking data points out here trying to say that they not what they are. Look at Larry. He about to out-black Obama. While in another interview, he'll sit there and talk about how there's no importance to anything about your black identity. Like, it don't make any sense. Look at the hypocrisy on display. Look, shout out to y'all, man. It's a lot of features tonight, but one of the features of this presentation is we have hypocrisy on display. Our main attraction is hypocrisy. Coming from South Central California, You know what I'm saying?
And they're misleading you. Regarding Obama, I think it's pretty cheeky. Obama said the brothers are the problem, meaning the black men who are.
You say the brothers are the problem too. Let me ask y'all this question: how many people can say? How many people can quote Larry Elder saying that the brothers are the problem? How many times can we quote Larry Elder saying that the brothers is the problem? Now all of a sudden you pro-black male, you manosphere. Come on, man.
Increasingly voting for Donald Trump. I guess he has that conversation, Liz, with the brothers in Martha's Vineyard when he hangs out at the barbershop and talks about what's going on in the real world.
All right, so
this is a guy who grew up in Hawaii.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, here's another question, right? Listen, man, I don't even want to go there. You know what I'm saying? But when we talking about hands-on work, when it comes to Larry Elder, right? Who is he putting his hands on? You know what I'm saying? A particular demographic of women who, fortunately for him, tend to drop the charges when he does hands-on work with them, right? So when you want to make a point, the brothers are the problem, right? But then when somebody that you don't like has made a point, now you fist pumping. Now you fist pumping. Do y'all see what I'm saying? You seeing it in real time. Larry Elder ain't nothing but a YouTube content creator. Larry Elder is nothing but a YouTube content creator. You know what I'm saying? He fits all the hypocritical, he fits all of the hypocritical quality control indicators. He's a convertible.
He got an economics degree. His father got an econ degree from Harvard. His mother.
So now we doing the pro-black doxing. I'm gonna run your family, right? We know they be running the families, right? Now, again, shout out to Run That Family, because when I had to Run That Family series going, I didn't run that family on black people. I ran the family on Adosos, Ben Affleck. You know what I'm saying? The 100 people in the United States government who are members of Congress that have direct ties to slave owners and plantation owners, right? But this is one of them pro-black doxing techniques. I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna climb up your family tree, and I'm gonna find you know, somebody that's white that's in your family, or I'm gonna climb up the family tree and I'm gonna find somebody that's non-FBA in your family, and I'm gonna just continue to repeat that as if that's automatically some type of detriment and automatically some type of disqualifier. Bro, you ain't no different than the people that you claim that you don't like. Family, your family. You the same person. How these people can't look in the mirror and see that they the same people as each other? And again, Larry Elder's supposed to be a lawyer. He's supposed to be educated. And instead of proving that Barack Obama gave misinformation the way that I did with the facts and with the data, Larry Elder goes to the emotionalism and the name calling. I'm going to talk about your family. I'm not trying to be funny, you know what I'm saying? But for all intents and purposes, Mr. Conservative over here is calling Barack Obama a tether. Right? Your family. He a YouTube content creator, man. Hey, look, yo, he a YouTuber. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The talking points that Barack Obama came with is very easy to debunk with, you know what I'm saying, just a few articles and just a few data points. Shout out to American Pride. American Pride said Obama and Bill have me voting Trump in 2024. Thanks, Obama and Bill. Hey, shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think about that, man? Y'all seeing this in real time? You know what I'm saying? Y'all seeing it in real time.
He got an economics degree. His father got an econ degree from.
So, I mean, basically, you know, so now we also doing an education attacking. Your father got an economics degree. I mean, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, his father got an economics degree. He ain't keeping it real because he ain't stupid, I guess, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? What we saying here?
Economics degree. His father got an econ degree from Harvard. His mother had a PhD, raised by his upper middle class white grandparents in Hawaii, and he's lecturing the brothers on how they got to think about life. 20% higher grocery store prices between now and 2.5 years ago. The question is real simple. Are you better off now than you were 2.5 or 3 years ago? And the answer is not unless you're an illegal alien.
So check this out, right? Let me ask you this question. Let's debunk Larry Elder in his talking points, you know what I'm saying, for intents and purposes, because why not just bully Larry Elder, right? How many astronauts have ever lived in outer space? Should astronauts not speak on the moon or not speak on Jupiter or not speak on the sun because they've never been there? Only people that have lived on Earth should only talk about Earth? Does that logic hold? Yeah, he just told Obama you ain't black, but black don't matter to Larry Elder, so he can't use that. Larry Elder is not permitted to use those talking points, right? You've already pigeonholed yourself out of that. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to go back and do that. You've already made the proclamation and scolded other people that that's the wrong way to be. So then you don't get to reach back into the wrong bag of tools and use that tool that you said that nobody else can do. Nah, bro, you ain't doing that. Violation, foul on the play. We throwing the yellow flag out there on you, bro. We throwing the yellow flag out there on you. You know what I'm saying? He told Obama this.
You ain't black.
So again, so here's my question. Why do people let these people get away with this? I'm going to tell you one reason why a lot of people let these people get away with this. because the talking points that a lot of these people have constructed put them in direct conflict with being able to directly address these type of talking points, because they've pigeonholed themselves into the same type of box that Larry Elder has. Shout out to Torian Rain. Yeah, Larry Elder trying to he's trying to create the white mama narrative. The white mama narrative is what Larry Elder is trying to create. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Larry Elder doing the "you can't speak on this." Larry Elder called Barack Obama a tether and said that he can't speak on this. Larry Elder is a whole clown. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a whole circus show.
You're not.
I mean, yeah, we hear you. I mean, food and housing are driving CPI numbers to come in hotter recently than expected for September. I mean, wholesale producer price numbers, we got to just hit the economic trend here. They fell just only 1/10 of a point in September. So when you see Kamala Harris talking like this, Larry, we want to get your reaction on, again, she's asked how she's going to fix inflation. Watch her answer here. Listen to this.
And your point, listen, I know prices are too high still. Again, you've heard my story. I come from the working class. And then some,
Now, look, shout out to Military Muscle, right? Because Fox News is playing this video. Military Muscle wants to, you know what I'm saying? Military Muscle wants, you know what I'm saying, some things possibly that, you know what I'm saying, take place. Because Fox News is playing this video. Shout out to Maggie. What's good with it, Maggie? Shout out to James. What's good with you, bro? Yo, real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Corporation, and it's very few of them that do this, but then jack up prices. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging. Which is when, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people.
Okay, here's the thing. So, I mean, Larry, I can't make it's like trying to follow a gnat in a windstorm. And, you can't follow the train of thought. Let me back up. So she's saying there's price gouging. Then she says few companies are doing it. Then right. Tim Walz is claiming grocery stores are false somehow. The New York Federal Reserve Bank, the San Francisco Fed already debunked this, saying there's little proof groceries and companies are price gouging. They're blaming it on higher operating costs for things like worker wages and commodities. I mean, food manufacturing costs I think they're up more than 28% since 2020. And that's
shout out to Torian Rain. Torian Rain said, "Are you ready to go out and stump on November 5th?" I'm ready to go stump people in my chat section. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go out in a half hour and stump people in my chat. You know what I'm saying?
It's kept the grocery profit margins down to a razor-thin 1.6. Now, Larry, I didn't mean to hit all that nerdy data there, but when you look at the facts, Larry, it's like Obama rhetoric, right? Obama smearing, just coming out there with no facts, no policy fixes. He claimed that Trump inherited his good economy when Trump inherited a 1.6%, 9% GDP growth from Obama. So, when you see like the bloviating political flannel rhetoric and the facts, Larry, how do black voters take it? How do black voters on the street take it?
So now, again, we're not a monolith, right? But the white lady asks Larry Elder, what are the blacks doing? Somebody asked me what the blacks are. I can't tell you what everybody's doing. I can tell you what I'm doing. I can tell you what people that I talk to are doing, but I can't tell you what, quote unquote, the blacks are doing. I can't do that. I can tell you what people in my immediate circle who are black are doing, but I can't give you a sweeping, this is the declaration of what the blacks are doing, right? I can't do that. Now, again, this is why I'm saying Larry Elder is a YouTuber. He's a content creator, because you got people on YouTube that position themselves as being the person or people who are saying, I'm going to tell you what black people are doing. And most of the times, the things that they say are not really even that accurate. So here's my question. How is Larry Elder supposed to answer that question? If Larry Elder even answers that question, to me, it's an odd answer, because how can you say? How can you say I'm gonna give you the inside scoop on what quote unquote the blacks are doing? How do you know? You don't know. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? You know what I mean? And again, my question is, if she asked me that, and I know that this question is coming from Fox News are the people that race doesn't matter. So my question would be, well, you know, black men are trending in the same direction as other men when it comes to the polling data. So, you know, being that this is a channel where allegedly race identity should be erased, I don't know why you're asking me a race-based question. That's what I would have said if I was Larry Elder, right? But thank goodness that didn't happen, and I'm not Larry Elder, right? Because remember, listen, according to Larry Elder and people like Larry Elder, the identity is not important. But if it wasn't for the identity politics that Larry Elder and people like Larry Elder play, there would be no such thing as the black conservative. Why is it that all black conservatives pride themselves as being black conservatives and not just simply being conservative? Because it's truly them that play the identity politics game, which, again, all politics are identity politics. They just deny that it exists. Do you guys see how hypocritical this is? We're running quality control today.
Well, the same way any voter takes it, they feel insulted. They can see what the prices are.
So now he said the same way that any voter takes it, right? Why would any voter be insulted by what Barack Obama said directly to black people? Now, mind you, right, he tried to slither his way out of it, right? But again, Barack Obama is the one who decided to address the black stuff, right? So since Barack Obama is the one that had decided to address the black stuff, now she's addressing you to deal with it. You need to answer the question. But as you can see, he's not going to answer the question. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre got the clipboard out. We running it. Risk management, QC. Let's go. Six Sigma. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it.
Like the bloviating political flannel rhetoric and the facts, Larry. How do black voters take it? How do black voters on the street take it?
Larry Elder doesn't work for a polling company. I don't know how many polls he's researched and organized, and I don't know when Larry Elder is in the street all like that. And I don't know why I don't know really why the surveys take place in the street either. Like they could take place, in corporate America and stuff like that too, but they got to go straight to the street or to the barbershop because that's the only place where apparently we be at, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? So, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the same way any voter takes it, they feel insulted. They can see what the prices are. Kamala Harris has no plan. She said that she couldn't think of any major issue or even minor issue where she disagreed with Joe Biden. And if you're part of the 2/3 of Americans who believe we're on the wrong track, and you hear the leader who put us on the wrong track say that I wouldn't do anything any differently, what makes you think the person who put you on the wrong track is going to put you on the right track? And at least, I guess she's downgraded now. She used to say, well, I'm from the middle class. Now she says from the working class. Next thing you know, she's going to say she was from the ghetto on food stamps. So she keeps moving the goalposts.
Okay, you got to laugh out of me, Larry Elder. And for that, we want you to come back soon. That was good stuff, Larry Elder. It's good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. Have a good weekend.
Now, Larry Elder going to be paging them and text messaging them and calling them all week long, right? All week long, you know what I'm saying? Asking about, yo, when can I come back? When can I come back? And he going to be, you know what I'm saying, getting ignored. He going to be getting ignored. Now, shout out to the content creators, right? You know what I'm saying? We got Dana Bash right here with her tongue out, you know. Shout out to the content creators, right? We got Dana Bash with her tongue out. So, you know what I'm saying? If there's any thumbnails that need to be made or whatever, get your screenshots. All right, let's get it.
Let's talk about the news, which is that the vice president is going to sit down on Fox News. This was just announced by Fox News. It's going to happen on Wednesday. She's going to sit down with Bret Baier. According to Fox, it's her first formal sit-down interview on that network ever.
Right. She did not do it when she was running for president in 2019, briefly on the Democratic side, or as the sitting vice president, is significant. It's going to be in Pennsylvania. It shows one thing that she is.
Hey, y'all remember that? Hey, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, "City girl Dana." Hey, shout out to the people. You know what I'm saying? If you're not from New York, y'all probably don't know what I'm talking about. But shout out to the people that's from New York in the comment section, right? Y'all know who Red Cafe is. You know what I'm saying? She from the city gang. City gang. That girl from the city gang. I'm a street nigga from the hood. Only messing girls from the city gang. She from the city gang. That girl from the city gang.
Willing to take more risks because they believe that this is a deadlocked race on the margin, and she needs to do.
Shout out to Patrick Tyler. What's good with it, bro?
To try and shake this up. It's also a sign of confidence in her, and that she has performed pretty well. Most people agree on 60 Minutes on all of this batting practice that's been going on.
Yeah, shout out to Ted. Yeah, you remember that? Hey, look, that's what Red Cafe was popping for a hot second. I thought he was about to blow up. Fabulous was in that song. That song was lit. I still be listening to that.
On through podcasts and other things. But look, now is the time. People are going to be voting very soon. Some are, actually, millions are. And this is a sign that she is, again, we see so many lessons from 2016. I think this is yet one more example that they're putting everything out there. At the end of this, there's not going to be, oh, she didn't go to Michigan, she didn't go to Wisconsin, she didn't do this or that. They're doing everything. I think it's significant.
Real quick, shout out to y'all, man. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media. All right. Also, if you're not subscribed to my backup channels, take a moment, subscribe to the backup channels. All right. Also, if you're not subscribed to Rumble or if you're not part of the Discord, hit that link that's pinned in the chat. Yeah. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network, Red Cafe from Brooklyn. He used to rap with Gravy and Graph. Yep. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Red Cafe has some hits, man. I thought he was gonna blow up, and then I don't know what ended up happening. A lot of cats, it's a lot of cats that didn't make it that should have made it, in my opinion. But you know what I'm saying? That's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? Like Saigon, I thought Saigon was about to be the next coming of Nas, but you know what I'm saying? You know, cats sometimes cats be doing too much. Saigon was one of them people that be doing too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How did this start? Democrats not going on Fox. It's really 2007, 2008 primary where Democrats agreed not to participate in a Fox News debate, and then they kept boycotting it for years and years. The media environment has changed. He's reacted to that in lots of ways. We were talking about the last segment and Trump's outreach to podcasts. This is another one that there are narratives about Harris that happen every day, and some are just negative stuff. Some are not getting the word out about what the administration's record is for black men. That's part of their plan. Some of it's negative stuff that flies out there that she doesn't respond to on the media.
How about the fact that Barack Obama created this problem and so did the media? And the reality is that black men are supporting Kamala Harris at the highest rates of any voter bloc. Is that a true statement or false? Shout out to Kiko. What's good with it, bro? True statement or false? Black men support Kamala Harris at the highest rates of any demographic. How is it that the people that support you at the highest rate of any male demographic will somehow be the reason why you lose? How does that work exactly? Yeah, right. Facts. Shout out to Patrick. A lot of people made it that shouldn't have. Shout out to Kodak Black. Facts.
The conservatives are listening to just complete fake stuff that will travel very widely. So this seems like a response to that too. And it's not what Democrats did for almost a generation because they thought they could avoid Fox.
The Harris campaign is amping up its efforts to win over moderate Republicans in the vital swing state of Arizona. Watch this new ad featuring the GOP mayor of Mesa, Arizona.
I'm a lifelong Republican, but I've always put country over party. And I know Donald Trump's second term would be all about himself. That's why, like so many other Republicans, I cannot support Donald Trump. Kamala Harris and I may not agree on everything, but I do know that she will always put country first.
A New York Times poll out Saturday showed Trump building on his lead in the Grand Canyon state. A month ago, he was up by 5 points in that poll. Now it's 6. So very close. All four of my excellent reporters here, you've all been to Arizona, like in the past week. Jasmine, I want to start with you, and I want to read a quote from your story. And this is
shout out to AW1. I gotta agree, and a shout out to Kiko. I gotta agree. They're looking for someone to blame, right? Yeah, I agree. Cameron crazy. Cameron said Dana looks kind of like Joe Camel. She kind of do. She got one of them weird faces too, like old girl from Sky News. Oh, weird face. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, shout out to AW1. AW1 says their goal is to blame black men if they lose. Now, here goes my question. Again, you know, when the amateur comedy routines are over and the crash outs are done and everybody is healed from the ICU from, you know, all of the crash outs and flying through the windshields head first and airbags deploying and all of that, right? Collision insurance getting cashed in and all that after all the crash outs. Once that's done, we look at the numbers and ask the question, how can the numbers substantiate those talking points? How can the numbers support her losing, quote unquote, because of black men, when black men support Kamala Harris higher than any male demographic supports the other candidates or Kamala Harris, right? Black men support Kamala Harris at a higher rate than white men support Trump. True or false? But somehow everybody is crashing out, you know, about incorrect information. You got to ask, this goes back to the questions that we were asking yesterday about them removing the math proficiencies requirements from schools. You have to ask yourself, how proficient are these people in basic topics? Are they proficient? Are we? Let me ask you guys this. Does the conversation around this display a proficiency in comprehension of basic math? Yeah, shout out to Patrick, that Indian reporter. Yeah, that lady on Ion. Yeah, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. John Henry Clark said, watch out for the type of W folks who switch back and forth between political parties. They're dangerous. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not trying to be funny, but like for the most part, I mean, now, if you ask me, right, I don't really think that there's a barrier of political parties for them. I think what you see is more of a mechanism that works like osmosis and diffusion. You know what I'm saying? We have semi. I don't know if people know about, like, you know, polymers and stuff like that, but we've got semi-permeable political parties. You know what I'm saying? The barrier for political parties is what you call, quote unquote, semi-permeable, gas permeable. Y'all know about permeability? If y'all know about permeability, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down.
a Democratic strategist, Stacey Pearson, who told you the enthusiasm
Shout out to
is
Shocker.
as
What's
high
good with
as
you,
it
bro?
could possibly be for Harris. But there is a numbers problem in Arizona. There is just a mathematical complication in Arizona that other states don't have. None of the
Well, look at that. A mathematical complication. What's that? 1 + 1? We've been, now, mind you, right, as far as quote unquote mathematical complications, that's literally the way that we've been talking about this the entire time that this thing has been going on. Now let's ask this question. See, when people see stuff like this, these should be keywords here. The enthusiasm is as high as it could possibly be for Harris, but there is a numbers problem in Arizona, Pearson said. There is just a mathematical complication in Arizona that other states don't have. None of the other swing states have lost Dems the way that Arizona has. Well, that's not a mathematical complication. That's called subtraction, right? It's called subtraction. It's not a mathematical complication, right? But okay.
other swing states have lost Dems the way Arizona has, which is really interesting. We're talking about voter registration.
Yeah, it's honestly going to come down to the numbers. And that is why we see the Harris campaign reaching out to Republicans and reaching out to independents, not because it's a virtuous thing, but because in Arizona it is a necessity, particularly because we know 100,000 registered Democrats have left the state since 2020, which puts Democrats at a deficit, not just with Republicans by over 200,000 registered voters, but for the first time since 2020, also with independents, meaning that they have to get their numbers from somewhere. Now, to be very clear, 140,000 Republicans voted for Nikki Haley after it was very clear that she was not going to win the Republican.
That lady right there, this lady right here, is the way that she talks. The way that she talks is very interesting. Like her delivery is, she delivers what she's saying like a female Byron Donald.
To get their numbers from somewhere. Now, to be very clear, 140,000 Republicans voted for Nikki Haley after it was very clear that she was not going to win the Republican primary, right? That kind of gives the Harris campaign and folks who are aligned with Democrats hope, because it provides a new pool of potential Republican voters who are kind of created in the image of John McCain. But they're very clear that not all those 140,000 Republicans are going to vote for a Democrat. And that is kind of the uphill climb that they have in the state.
Which is why we saw, I think it was the last time Harris went to Arizona, telling the story of being in the Senate when John McCain came in and did the thumbs down on repealing Obamacare. You spoke with Candy Perdue, an Arizona Trump voter. Let's watch.
I think the economy, but I think immigration's going to weigh that out.
So Trump versus Harris, what do you are you nervous at all about?
Hey, what's up with her? Why she just do that? Hey, did y'all see that? shout out to Rachel Dolezal's potato salad. That name crazy. Rachel Dolezal's potato salad said, "Thick girl got nice skin, but she having trouble keeping up with what they said at her earpiece." Oh man, you know what I'm saying? We went to fuck shit today.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Oh man, this is about to be wild.
Down on repealing Obamacare. You spoke with Candy Perdue, an Arizona Trump voter. Let's watch.
I think the economy, but I think immigration's going to weigh that out.
So Trump versus Harris, what do you are you nervous at all about?
What happened right there? Oh yeah, Patrick said it's probably a bug. It might have been. Y'all remember how that bug took Isaiah out of the game? Y'all remember how that bug took Isaiah out of the game? Man, Isaiah turned from being, this is Isaiah on Fox 26. He said, it's bugging my damn mouth. Now he got me down here with all these damn bugs.
The election? Or do you think?
No, I think my man's going to win. I think Vance is going to smooth him right over the edge. You know, everybody gets, well, I don't really like the man. Well, you know what? So what?
What a character.
Candy was a character, and Candy is also voting for abortion rights. That's why Arizona is such a scrambled picture. Proposition 139 also on the ballot there. Essential question I walked away from my Arizona time is abortion rights going to pull Harris over the finish line? There is no doubt.
So again, right? So we got how abortion rights, right? Again, now, shout out to Military Muscle. He's so sensitive. You know what I'm saying? Drinking all that creatine got him all dried up, right? But if Kamala Harris only leads in the issue of abortion, right, and Trump leads in the other two leading issues, which would be immigration and the economy, how can abortion is going to pull her up, but to where? She's still got to take the lead in at least one of the other issues, right? And she's not leading in one of the other issues. So she's got to get at least the lead or be competitive in one of the other issues, or at least be competitive to the level where her combined lead in both of those issues is more than Trump's added with her lead in abortion, right? So that's what has to be done right there. So how can she do that mathematically is the question. You know what I'm saying?
there's wide support for Proposition 139. It's called. It's to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. There were some 800,000 signatures from all over the state collected. 500,000 were accepted. In that number, though, there are some Trump supporters, and we found one, Candy Perdue. She believes a woman should have the right to choose. She supports that and voting for Donald Trump. So the question, abortion is literally on the ballot. Immigration, there's a measure there as well. But the Harris campaign knows that not all the supporters for the abortion measure support them, and she's an example of that.
And that's something you looked at in Arizona.
Yes, and for every Candy voter, there may also be a voter like Crystal Price, which was a woman that I spoke to. She was a Trump voter in 2020. She's voting for more abortion.
And shout out to y'all real quick. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Access, and she's going to vote for Kamala Harris. So this is one of those voters where abortion was so important to her. She had an abortion pre-Dobbs years ago, and she's really concerned that women are now going to be facing a landscape where they wouldn't even be able to have an abortion like her, which was medically necessary because she thinks that she would have died if she had not had that abortion. And
again, what they're when they talk about these people that quote unquote would have died if they didn't have a quote unquote abortion, what they're talking about is a medical condition called a quote unquote ectopic pregnancy. And for one, it's understood in the medical community that an ectopic pregnancy in most situations will not produce a viable childbirth. That is understood by the medical community. Right. And as long as the medical documentation and diagnostic tests and all of that stuff support all of that evidence, and you know what I'm saying, people have been making their appointments, going to the OB and all of that stuff. This has never been an issue before. Right. Show me stories where people have went to the news and been denied care of what they call it a DNC, quote unquote, a DNC of an ectopic pregnancy. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times they kind of treat it as if somebody had endometriosis or something like that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the, you know what I'm saying, endometriosis and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? It's treated like that. They do what's called a quote unquote ablation, and many times these things happen, right? Now, the thing is that the ectopic pregnancy, what happens is that for one, the quote unquote cells, they can stick either somewhere inside or outside of the fallopian tube, and the cells don't reproduce in a pattern where a viable embryo would grow and a fetus would grow from the embryo. What it is in many cases, it's kind of like a clump of stem cells that occurs. So again, in order to investigate this, right, because we would have to investigate this, because I wouldn't want to negate somebody that actually might have actually went through an issue like this. I would actually want to discuss this type of thing in a fact-based, you know what I'm saying, context. We would have to look at people who have been denied care for quote unquote ectopic pregnancies. And we'd have to see if we could find some cases of a quote unquote full-term ectopic pregnancy, right? So that's everybody's homework. We're going to try to see if we can find those kind of things. Because if we can't find those kind of things, then we got to ask the question, the same question that we always ask. What are we talking about here, right?
You know, it's not necessarily something that totally aligns fully with her faith. She doesn't agree with abortion in a lot of circumstances, but it's something that is clearly compelling her to support Harris. And there are a number of voters potentially like that in Arizona that Harris is trying to get to her side.
And you were in Arizona looking at the Senate race, which is very competitive.
Right. And you could see there that candidates who don't have Donald Trump's branding, and specifically the rose-colored glasses people have put on about the Trump years, the idea that things were better, border was closed, economy was better, et cetera. Carrie Lake and a couple of the congressional candidates don't have that same flexibility. Carrie Lake opened up her debate with Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, saying it's country over party. That's pretty new for her. That she was betting more on.
Now, here's another question. Here's a question that I gotta we should ask this question, right? And we should just ask this question for sake of asking the question. Now, shout out to Tedra. Tedra said, my mother had an ectopic pregnancy when I was younger. I remember her being rushed to the hospital and being told that she got there just in time. Yeah, ectopic pregnancies can cause a lot of issues with women. A lot. right? And so, me personally, right, I don't think that really, they should be using the, complications that are involved with ectopic pregnancy, to be, just throwing around politically. You got all type of other issues that can occur with these type of things. They got this situation called HELP syndrome, and what I'm saying, women can deal with these, gestational diabetes issues, and you know what I'm saying, you had this situation called preeclampsia and eclampsia and all these kind of different things, right? And these people that have no experience or no knowledge of this type of stuff, because for one, a lot of these people, like JD Vance said, they're childless. So in most cases, most people don't really have any type of education about this kind of stuff, unless they've dealt with, complications with their own pregnancies when they try to form their own families, or, if it's something that they deal with in terms of their career, right? They're a doctor or some type of healthcare worker, a midwife or something like that, right? But these are serious issues. And in most cases, hospitals have a rating system of how they're able to convert to be able to deal with these type of things. And in many cases, some of these things are what they're classifying as abortions are not necessarily abortions. A lot of these can be quote unquote induced pregnancies, right? And so now you got to ask yourself the question, well, what's the boundaries between what's considered a quote unquote abortion, right? Because an abortion simply means ending the pregnancy, right? That's what abortion means. The definition of the word abortion is to quote unquote end a pregnancy, right? That's what that means, right? Let's clarify that. Abortion of pregnancy definition. Okay, so now check this out. Here's what the definition of an abortion is. We're gonna look at the Britannica. Right? How many people remember when they used to have a Britannica encyclopedias at the grocery store? You know what I'm saying? Everybody wanted some World Book or Britannica encyclopedias. You see, the kids don't even have that kind of stuff nowadays. They just got the phone. You used to have to read back in the day. I used to read the World Book Encyclopedia. They was all the same. They'll come out with a new version every year. I just read them all anyway, A through Z. I thought it was interesting. They had some interesting illustrations. You know what I'm saying? Now they don't have stuff like that. And now the kids are dumb. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, here's abortion, right? Abortion, the expulsion of a fetus from the uterus before it has reached the stage of viability. In human beings, usually about 20th week of gestation. So there's a time frame constraint on abortion. It's before it has reached the stage of viability, right? And this idea of viability is based on approximation of 20-week gestation, right? An abortion may occur spontaneously. So now here's your question. Would a woman be prosecuted for a spontaneous abortion? Mind you, her own body did that. Now, that could happen in the case where the immune system takes over, like an ectopic pregnancy, because the immune system would take place in an ectopic pregnancy because that's actually a pathological situation there. You know what I'm saying? In which case, it is also called a miscarriage, right? So a miscarriage is an abortion, or it may be brought on purposefully, often in which case it is called a quote unquote induced abortion. Now, again, most times when people go to the doctor's office, they have to do an induced abortion that is not able to be done with quote unquote over-the-counter meds, or not able to be done, by the individual themselves. And it requires medical monitoring because of a pathological solution or a pathological situation, like endometriosis, right? Say, for instance, a layer of endometriosis happened to cover an ectopic pregnancy. That's a real bad situation. You get bacterial infections and have bleeding issues and all type of stuff like that, right? So again, these things are on a case-by-case basis. So what they're doing here when they talk about these abortions, they're politicizing, the outliers where there is a case for what could be defined as a medically necessary abortion, and they're trying to frame that as if that's the norm. everybody that has an abortion and uses the day after pill is not using a day after pill to solve the issue of an ectopic pregnancy or a pregnancy that has been, you know, complicated by a layer of, you know, endometriosis, you know, scar tissue or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, you know, the majority of the public, you know, they're not really aware of those type of things. You know, a lot of women might be, right? Because this is important stuff for the women. You know what I'm saying? The women that see a, you know, a GYN and all that, you know, they probably had these type of conversations with their doctor and stuff like that. But for most people don't really know about this kind of stuff, right? So, you know, but then you have people talking about it as if they're somehow the expert. Yes, fact. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said when I would be doing homework and I would ask my pops a question, he would say, "You better go get one of them encyclopedias I bought you." Right? You better go encyclopedia your homework. You know what I'm saying?
The Trump base carrying her, and it's clear Trump has some appeal, and this has been true when Biden was leading the ticket, especially when he was leading the ticket, that doesn't stretch down to other Republicans. So there are some Republicans running behind Trump with that same messaging, and a lot of them, they were on the record for very strict abortion policies just 2 years ago, and they were struggling to get update, just saying, vote your own way on the abortion issue, don't consider it in my race.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you for sharing all of your reporting
Those
with
11
us.
electoral votes.
All right, so there's that. All right, so I thought that was pretty interesting, right? So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how this Fox News interview goes. So we about to hit up Stephen A. Smith, right? Because like I said, Stephen A. Smith outdid himself on this one. Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. Yo, bro, me too. I grew up before Google. Me too. You know what I'm saying? How many people, I don't know if they still make them stoves where you got to light it with a match. But you know what I'm saying? We had one of them bad boys too. I used to be scared to think the house was going to blow up. You know what I'm saying? Now, here go what Stephen A. Smith said, right? Look at your boy, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith going to have some pre-crash out moments. He going to have some Ativan moments. You know what I'm saying? It's about to get lit. You know what I'm saying? Now, Stephen A. Smith, this is shout out to Cindy. And shout out to Cindy. Cindy came in right at the right time because I had to cuss somebody out earlier. And then I was like, oh, man, if I be cussing like this, you know what I'm saying? Cindy ain't going to come through. So, you know what I'm saying? If you happen to watch the replay, just skip right on ahead to this part. Just skip right on ahead to this part. I had to do it, man. We had to, you know what I'm saying? We had to go in on a heckler real quick. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? So, yeah, so Stephen A. Smith outdid himself. He did it all. He did it all in this one. Stephen A. Smith addressed Barack Obama. And if you ask me, I was actually impressed. Now, you know, I'm not one of these people on YouTube that I can't give props to somebody, you know what I'm saying? Because, hey, look, if you did one thing and you did it right, got to give you your credit for doing the thing that you did right, right? I was actually impressed with the way that Stephen A. Smith addressed this, right? He actually, and one of the reasons I might be biased, you know what I'm saying? Because he used some of my talking points in addressing this, right? And while addressing it, he still maintained the monolith and enforced the monolith. He did it all. He confronted the monolith, supported the monolith, and addressed Barack Obama. I don't know how he did it. What he did was he was trying to make some money, and I think he did. I think he made some money on this. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Stephen A. Smith. Let's check this out.
I have to get started with some politics because I've had something on my mind that I've been holding in for the last few days or so, and I'm not going to hold it in anymore. It's specifically the presidential election, which is just over 2 weeks away. National polls show former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris essentially in a dead heat heading towards November 5th. Both campaigns were on the trail over the last week or so, including this weekend, including some of the surrogates as well. And for Kamala Harris, that would include former President Barack Obama, who hit the trail stumping for Democrats. The former president made headlines this weekend, actually a few days before this weekend as well. Speaking to a
I didn't hear about Stephen A. Smith. Hey, shout out to AW1. AW1 said, did you hear about Stephen A. Smith's stalker? Stephen A. Smith got a stalker? I didn't know that. What happened with Stephen A. Smith's stalker? This is how I feel about a stalker. If you got a stalker and you live in a open carry state with the castle doctrine, you know what I'm saying? Make sure that you strapped up, go to the court, you know what I'm saying? Get a restraining order, and you know what I'm saying? Hey, handle business. You tell people to leave you alone and they don't leave you alone, handle them. Handle them. You know what I'm saying? Handle them.
Forum of Black Men in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Obama spoke directly to men who may be considering not voting or voting on Trump this election cycle. Before I go any further, I want you to hear exactly what this man had to say.
I've got a problem with that.
Look, you already know. You already know Stephen A. about to go in. Look at his face. Look. You already know Stephen A. about to go in. You know what I'm saying? You already know he's about to go in. This is about to be lit. Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro?
I want you to hear exactly what this man had to say.
I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Yeah, Stephen A. about to get with the fuck shit and about to release the werewolf, bro. Facts. Oh man, shout out to Patrick Tyler. That's a great question. Patrick says, how is every election always a dead heat nail and a nail biter? And why is it that for the most part, all they got to do is make a template and just put a different date on it, and all, you know what I'm saying, all of the articles about the election leading up to the election are for the most part all the same. We're going to talk about more of them tonight, right? We're going to talk about more of them tonight.
And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for them. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who...
None of those people there are thinking about supporting Trump. All of those people there are there in support of Kamala Harris. Right? How many Trump supporters are in this room here with Barack Obama? Now, you know, military muscle believes that he can just point at any black person and declare them a Trump supporter. And he acts like people ain't going to point something right back at his temple. Right? But, you know, you got people that think that. I don't think that there's any Trump supporters in this room at all. I think that all of these people here are Kamala Harris supporters, which is that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to figure out why Barack Obama is sitting here talking to them as if he's their dad, especially when it's a bunch of men. And we know that Barack Obama is not genetically capable of producing men, right?
Has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable.
Respectfully, President Obama, what you said is not acceptable.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to say it again.
See, look, anytime, here goes right here. Now Stephen A. Smith has gone into he's now going into the medicated restraint mode, and then the med's going to wear off in a minute. When he starts off real calm like this, you know that you know in about 10 to 15 seconds, it's about to get lit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to John Guillory. Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, you know, Barack Obama, it's been proven he's not genetically capable of producing men. You know, it is what it is, right? There's no knock on him or anything like that. I mean, it's just a fact. But you're sitting there, you know what I'm saying, like talking crazy to a bunch of dudes as if you're their father and you have no experience in that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to crew. Nah, it ain't no disrespect. It's disrespect to Barack Obama only. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama only. You know what I'm saying?
Respectfully, President Obama, what you said is not acceptable. I'm going to say it again. Respectfully, what you said is not acceptable. Not to me, not to a host of black men out there who's not even thinking about voting for Donald Trump. What said?
Now, and again, this is the first place where look at Stephen A. Smith's face right there. This is we're gonna keep that up for a minute. This is what I was talking about, right? Didn't I tell y'all that by them they didn't just disrespect black men that are not going to vote for Kamala Harris, they actually disrespected the black men that are voting for Kamala Harris, because that black male group of people that's supporting Kamala Harris is supporting her at a higher rate than any other candidate is being supported by men in this election. And Barack Obama just basically told that entire group of men that that's not good enough. And that's just okay. And on top of it, other black people have latched on to that talking point to berate other black people that they have a problem with, because they don't have it in them to just be able to directly confront whatever issue that it is that they have with those black people. Right? While, in my comment section, somehow calling me a coward. I don't go to other people's channels and harass them. I go to people that I'm cool with channels and harass them, like TD and Torian. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, again, this is really for real disrespect to the black men who are displaying black male excellence by supporting Kamala Harris at close to a 1-to-1 ratio. Right? Make it make sense.
It's unacceptable. I'll tell you why in a minute. Before I do that, I want to go to Khalil Thompson, co-founder and executive director of Win with Black Men, who responded to criticism of Obama's comments. Take a look at what he had to say here. Quote, I believe President Obama is speaking to a tangible, visceral understanding of what it means for all men to relate to women in America. Calling out misogyny is not wrong.
Let me ask you guys this Let me ask you guys this question. You guys see, I'm thinking. I'm talking faster than I'm able. I'm thinking actually faster than I'm talking. Right. So let me ask y'all this question. What happens if you just are a police officer and you just decide to give people tickets and give people warning and they haven't shown any evidence of speeding yet? Is that okay? Is that how you enforce the law? Is that logical? Does that make sense? What are the indicators of misogyny amongst quote unquote black men that Barack Obama saw as a warning sign to make this declaration? Again, we asked this question all night last night and we didn't really get anywhere. And we didn't get anywhere because there's nothing, but this is what we got to ask the question for. And instead of actually, people asking these questions, you know what I'm saying, and coming in the comment section and having a discourse and trying to figure these things out, you have low communication, you know what I'm saying, low IQ, feeble-minded human waste that washes up in here like a sewer backed up and just babbles nonsense in the comment section instead of showing the human capability of being able to have a sensible conversation. Some people should be on a leash and in a cage. Right? But we don't make the rules. So we act like democracy, right? So my question is, in this situation, what if black men are supporting Kamala Harris at the highest rate amongst the male gender of a candidate being supported? Then my question is, how is that evidence of misogyny? Shout out to Jay. What's good with it, bro? How is that evidence of if you ask me, that's evidence that shows that black men are the least misogynistic. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. What's good with you, bro? That shows that if black men support Kamala Harris, according to the polls, at a higher rate than they support Donald Trump. So the black males are supporting a female at a higher rate than the male is. And that group of men got accused of misogyny. What kind of sense does that make? And then everybody ran with it, which just shows that there's a large contingency of black people who are looking for an anti-black talking point to then embrace and run around and point at other black people and repeat. And mind you, these are a lot of the people that consider themselves quote unquote pro-black, or a lot of the people that consider themselves quote unquote with the quote unquote solutions for the community and stuff. And honestly, they don't even have solutions for, you know what I'm saying, the majority of problems in a math book. Because again, this is an actual math problem, right? This is an actual math problem, right? And, you know, it's not being discussed in terms of math. Shout out to AP. Make sure y'all show AP some love. I appreciate it. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AP, for growing the organization and for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to you, AP. I definitely appreciate it. So we've got to make sense of this. And the thing is just you know, spoiler alert, we won't be able to make sense of it, right? Because it's not meant to make sense. But how is it that you call out the group of people that supports the female at a higher rate than they support the male and say, you ninjas are misogynistic? And then you get everybody on YouTube and everybody on Twitter, you know what I'm saying, you know, getting in the hut hike position, you know what I'm saying, and ass bouncing and just saying you black men don't support when the data says otherwise. These are the data repellent people. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing with the reality deniers, and the reality denying culture that we deal with is a huge issue for people when it comes to decision making and problem solving. What we're looking at is the blatant ignoring of facts in order to embrace an argument that appeals, feels hurts, feels goods. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says, I mean, 70% of black men are for Harris. They are complaining. We are not a monolith. Listen, only 12% of, I think 15% of black men support Trump. 70% support Kamala Harris, right? 70%, but somehow in comparison to the 12%, that 70% is misogynist. It literally makes no sense. What's even more wild about this is that women have embraced this message and have flown to the moon with it. You know what I'm saying? In a Gucci wrapped space shuttle. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Saul. You know what I'm saying? What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show Saul some love. Saul said, some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. Bro, facts. Bro, facts. You know what I'm saying? They hold on real quick. They doing it just like this.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Right. And then a lot of times you just got to deal with this.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots! I've got morons on my team!
Shout out to John Guillory. Yeah, like that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's time to they're in the hut hike position. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, all right, really? That's what we doing out here? Okay.
End quote. To co-founder Khalil Thompson, you're wrong too. And what you said is unacceptable. You see what you're missing.
See right here. Here go to Stephen A. Smith. This is the SASE right here. This is what you call the SASE. This is the Stephen A. Smith escalation. See, he's escalating. At first he was calm. Now he escalating. He ain't got there yet, but he escalating. He about to be there.
Thing is that you're basically accusing black men who come up with a reason to not support Kamala Harris as engaging in misogyny. Whatever happened to disagreeing without being disagreeable, President Obama?
It's not true. When it comes to the majority, most people agree to disagree. In most cases, is a flat cliche. What it is a gateway. It's a gateway. It's a leading cliche. Now, me personally, right, and people that I know can vouch me on this. I truly do and can agree to disagree with people on certain things. I got a, you know what I'm saying, diverse group of friends. We don't have the same beliefs. You know what I'm saying? We, you know what I'm saying, come from different walks of life and things like that. I truly can agree to disagree. Because of the inefficiency of human emotion, most people cannot agree to disagree. It is a lie. The only reason why people say that they agree to disagree is because they want to confirm what it is that they disagree with from the other person. So they use the cliche, I agree to disagree, as a leading statement to get that person to falsely feel comfortable with confiding in them this argument of contention. And then once the argument of contention is submitted, then the person who lied and said that they agree to disagree can then determine of whether I want to continue or end this relationship and escalate the conflict about this point. That's what people truly use it for. So amongst, most people, there is no agree to disagree. People will say it, but it's a flat comment. It's a flat statement. I agree to disagree. And then you see people don't talk for months. And it's like, well, I thought y'all agreed to disagree. I don't like him no more. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't my fault. It's all his fault. Okay. I know what that means. You know what I'm saying? That's your estrogen talking. You know what I'm saying?
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep at 1,000.
Anytime somebody say something like that, you checked your bra size lately? You know what I'm saying?
What happened to that? All of a sudden, we want to challenge men and our love and our affection as black men for black women. We want to bring that into question because we've got an election coming up and people may have the temerity to think differently than you.
Now, it is only amongst the culture of reality denial can somehow you type in the navigation, get me to the 2024 election, and you get here based on that. I don't agree with Kamala Harris. Oh, you hate black women. Like, it is a culture of perpetual absolutism. And it's been fostered and allowed and cultivated. And now you get to the point where in most cases communication is impossible. I mean, this is insane. Somebody doesn't like Kamala Harris's policies. Who hurt you? Nobody. What are you talking about? I don't like her policy. You just don't like black women, do you? Like, no, I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said I don't like her policy. You just don't like black women. How do you even get there? Then you get into the dick policing and family policing that pro-black Larry Elder was doing, right? This is the reason. Your third generation grandma on your mama's side was white. That's why. You know more than me about my family because I didn't even know that. But you know what I'm saying? Thank you for doing all that investigative work. I ain't got to go and do the, you know what I'm saying, 23andMe on me. Now you done found all this out. But yeah, I had no idea. So that really didn't have anything to do with, you know what I'm saying, my assessment of the situation. Right? But then because those talking points, you know what I'm saying, they've been given magnetism, everyone will then cling to the magnetism of those talking points and not really pay attention to what's actually going on. And what's actually going on is, look, I'm a crypto advocate. I really don't like the idea of, putting more tight constraints and regulations on cryptocurrency. Somebody hurt you, didn't they? What? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Uncle Sam hurt my pockets when I cashed out some Bitcoin when it was up to $72,000. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. You hate yourself. Your mama black. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Obama. Obama sit there and tell you, your mama black. Like yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Cosmic Annihilation. Cosmic Annihilation says Stephen A. Smith hairline. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith hairline got cosmically annihilated by his barber, didn't it? Look at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was his barber or genetics. You know what I'm saying? It could have been both. He might have a barber named Gene.
It's because she's a woman that she's in danger of losing this election? Didn't Hillary Clinton win the popular vote in 2016? Didn't she get over 2.8 million more votes than Donald Trump in the popular vote for the?
All right, so Stephen A, we're at level 4 SAS. All right, so ring the alarms, hit the bell. We at level 4 SAS. Stephen A. Smith is now escalating. You see, he's bouncing. He's starting to get louder. He got the crease in his forehead. We about to escalate. We about to go to the next level. You know what I'm saying? The elevator about to be like, ding. We about to go to the next floor.
2016 election, last time I checked, she's a woman.
There you go.
Are we there sitting here and implying that black men would be more apropos to support a white woman than a black woman?
See, now he's struggling. He's struggling to he's struggling to keep it in, but it's about to come out. Demon time, Stephen A. about to come out. He trying to hold it in. You know what I'm saying? But it's about to just come out. You know what I'm saying? It's about to just come out. Shout out to James Sumler. James Sumler said, my sister said black men who don't vote for Kamala is weak because they don't want to see a strong black woman in the White House. Well, here's my thing. What I would say to your sister is, well, that means that a large majority of black men are strong because black men support Kamala Harris at a higher rate than they support Donald Trump, right? So I don't. Where's that comment going? What point is to be made with that comment section? Does she deal with any of those men who don't support Kamala Harris? You know what I mean? To me, like, I don't understand. I don't get it. You know, because the thing is that people use those kind of comments to bridge to another comment. Oh, you know, black men is weak. Yeah. So the definition of weakness is if we don't support Kamala Harris. Whoo. You know what I'm saying? Well, thank goodness I qualify as, you know what I'm saying, part of the group that supports the female candidate as higher than supporting the male candidate. So now what are we doing? Where are we at? What's going on here? You know what I mean? All this is just emotionally hurt, irrational people that literally, sadly, have no ability to organize or cohese with each other, who are like inside of a jar and are just bumping back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of atoms inside of a nuclear reactor with no organization. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it is what it is. I would say it's kind of sad, but sad has a time frame. You know what I'm saying? Like there can't be an extended period of sad. You know what I'm saying? Sad is only until like solvable, foreseeable solutions and algorithms to these problems are available. And then it goes from being sad to just being a nuisance and an inconvenience. And if you ask me, like this is a nuisance and an inconvenience. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said it would have been funny if Obama had to call Stephen A. Smith during his rant. Bro, Stephen A. Smith would have stopped immediately. Stephen A. would have stopped immediately, and then he would have erased the video and put up a new video. I just wanted to say that some of the comments that I made were excoriating and wrong. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I support Kamala Harris with 100% support. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that makes a person weak or strong based on if you support a woman versus supporting a man. And if you're somebody that's if you're the person who is in need of the support, how can you, if you require support, how can you then criticize the person or the structure that supports you as weak when you're the one that's in a requirement of support? If I have to use crutches because my legs are weak, you know what I'm saying? And somebody doesn't give me crutches and I say, you're weak because you didn't give me crutches. No, bro, you're weak because you can't walk without the crutches. What are we doing here? And again, you know what I'm saying? This is failure to validate reality. And again, failure to validate reality has almost become synonymous with the experience and day-to-day conversation here amongst many of us, you know what I'm saying, in our sector of the world. Shout out to Cal Dona. What's good with it, Cal? There's no evidence that backs up a talking point of you weak if you don't support Kamala. No one, anything that doesn't have a fact attached to it, it shouldn't even be given any substance. It shouldn't even be given any acknowledgement. It should be laughed at, joked out of the room, you know what I'm saying, and severely, negatively reinforced, in my opinion. Why would anybody even entertain such idiocy? This is the same thing that I asked about this entire talking point. Why would anybody even entertain this? It's not even a real talking point. You black men don't support Kamala Harris. Yeah, black men as a group the numbers say that black men as a group support Kamala Harris at a higher rate than any other candidate is being supported. And it also shows that as a group, the support for Kamala Harris increased when Joe Biden was removed. I would say that there's a lot of people that have a lot of cognitive issues, a lot of issues with their head. You have to question yourself, are people baseline, high or drunk, or are they alert and oriented? Like, I don't know. But again, these things, if you ask me, these things should be questioned. In most cases, reality denial, is a sign of some type of pathological issue. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. What is what are the measurements of Kamala Harris's quote unquote strength? And again, in most cases, the idea behind strength is that these people pride being strong on quote unquote independent. Independence means not dependent on support, right? So again, what we have is a thought to language problem, right? If you don't support this strong, independent woman, you weak. Well, wait a minute. Let's run that back a minute. This person is supposed to be independent, which means that they don't need a spotter at the weight room, right? So how am I weak because I don't support somebody who's supposed to not need a spotter? You are cognitively defective. Why would anybody entertain such idiocy? Your new communication should be barking and meowing until you step it up to a organized human language. And then whatever, right? Shout out to Cindy. My question, Cindy, is how much further do they expect to go? If black men and black women are already at the ceiling, right? We're already at the upper limits of possible support. Over the last 3 years, it was 90%, it was 95%, 90%, and 76%. We're already close to a 1-to-1 ratio. We're already close to 100%. These people with the PhDs don't understand math. They must got liberal arts degrees. There is a such thing as liberal arts disease, right? But they got liberal arts degrees where there's no requirements of having to take intro to college algebra and college math. So again, we're sitting up here in the hut hike position with these nonsensical talking points that did not originate out of a math book and creation of a sensible word problem with an actual mathematical solution, pointing at people and saying things that are factually incorrect, and it's being absorbed as if it's somehow some kind of a fact. And it's not a fact. And the problem is that amongst many of us, we have people that are too cowardly and too simpish and too dumb to actually intelligently articulate the fact that what you're saying is incorrect and it gets no validation or credit. You have people that give conditional validation, for something. You know what I'm saying? Show me a little bit of love and I'll validate your BS. Seriously? I'm not doing that. I don't care if I like you or not. I'm not validating no BS. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that black people have an upper limit of support requirement for Democrats at 100% and somehow can still be blamed for a Democrat failure to secure a public office? That is statistically insane. It's fundamentally, mathematically impossible. And yet, again, it substantiates the failing math scores, right? Like we talked about this, about what's going on in Seattle, about them with these math, where 28% of the black kids are passing math. This substantiates that. This substantiates that baseline. There is a severe cognitive issue with math. You know what I'm saying? What this Obama conversation really did is expose a lot of the deficits plaguing the education system that cause negative issues with us. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. At this school district here, only 28% of the people were 28% of the black kids was passing math. And you see that as they grow up, they can't handle simple statistical conversations where all of the data is available for them. This translates into real life. Look at this. Hold on real quick. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share this stream to your social media. All right. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at this real quick. Look at your boy Kevin Hart right there. Your boy Kevin Hart. Hold on. Why do these ads take so long?
Is your child learning a math curriculum steeped in racism? That can be a confusing question for some who wonder how in the world math instruction could be racist.
K2's Lincoln Graves live in the newsroom with that story. And Lincoln, Oregon has been in the headlines recently when it comes to this topic.
Steve and Deb, the Oregon Department of Education recently promoted a micro course offered by an outside party that teachers could voluntarily take, called a pathway to equitable math instruction. It's a process that has plenty of support, but critics wonder how a topic like math could be racist or rooted in white supremacy.
Like, you can't make this up, man. You cannot make this up. Here's the manifestation.
Called a pathway to equitable math instruction, and its methods seek to dismantle racism in the way math is taught.
I will admit, though, I mean, to the naked eye, the proposal is pretty bold.
Oregon State Representative Janelle Bynum, a former engineer and self-professed mathlete, generally backs most of the concepts, including focused learning on diverse figures in math history. Something.
And I think if someone looked back on it and they were like, oh.
I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know where she went to school at, but in most cases, you really kind of have to learn math history because most of the equations and most of the, solutions or variables and stuff like that are named, like isosceles triangles are named after isosceles. You know what I'm saying? Like Euclidean geometry is named after Euclid. The Pythagorean theorem is named after Pythagoras. You know what I'm saying? But okay.
That was equity.
But other concepts in the instruction are more controversial. Critics, former Oregon GP chair Alan Alley, have supremacy culture can show up when the focus is on getting the right answer or when students are required to show their work.
Trying to introduce something.
So, yeah, again, this is Democrats that have put this out there. So they don't want you to be able to show your work. So I want you guys to pay attention. Now, look at the way that this is a mathematical conversation that we're having about the false claims that Barack Obama made. And look at how people are struggling through showing their work. You see how we cut through these live streams with ease and I'm able to go right through this stuff. Look at everybody else and how they're discussing this and how they're struggling and can't. And they got to bring in gender war topics and everything else. This is pure proof. Only 28% of these people are passing math, and they're pushing these people through. They're running quality control. That means that if 28% of people are passing math, then they're successfully creating 72% of idiots. 72 is a large majority. Look at the large majority of reactions to this content. Nobody is breaking it down in a mathematical way, because if we look at the education system has not produced that many people who have a competency in math to be able to break it down that way. That's sabotage. But people are more invested in the name calling and the back and forth than looking at the actual fundamental problem while sitting around pointing and calling other people coons and white supremacists. You know what I'm saying?
Other than the correct answer in math, and then somehow tying it with white supremacy is ridiculous as far as I'm concerned.
There are similar concerns, even among teachers trying to learn from the approach.
It says students are required to show their work. That's one that I like. You know, I'm the type of teacher where I give them the answers and I want to see their thinking.
But Mohammed Rahman looks at the course as a whole and still thinks it contains valuable concepts.
There's some things that I might be doing that could be problematic. So just looking inside and trying to make sure I'm the best version of myself and make sure I'm teaching math the best way I can to my students.
We repeatedly asked the Oregon Department of Education for an interview, but they would only send a statement that said the course was offered to teachers as an optional professional learning tool, and a rich math experience provides opportunities to explore multiple strategies, to see math as more than a set of discrete procedures. Alan Alley says he does agree with some concepts of the instruction until he peels back the layers.
But then you get into it, and it's so horrendous. ODE should be held responsible for publishing something like this.
But Janelle Bynum is willing to experiment if it means better math instruction.
So this, I think, is
now-
a courageous jump
So now, as far as quote unquote better math instruction, if you're familiar with this story, what ended up happening is that they went from a 28% pass rate to a 16% pass rate. And this was black students. Black students only passed 28% of the time before they had this curriculum. After the curriculum, black students passed 16% of the time. So now the video just decided not to work.
a bold direction is how I would describe it. And I'm curious to see what the results will be.
Now, we did find out the course that was being offered to teachers was canceled, but we're still working to find out why. We have posted the Oregon Department of Education's entire statement on our website. We've also linked to that full 82-page workbook for a pathway to equitable math instruction, if you'd like to take a look at it yourself.
So they got a video talking about Kamala Harris is, you know, she got some type of plagiarism issues popping off. But yeah, I want to see if they got the scores here. And we're gonna have to take a look. I'm gonna have to look through this thoroughly a little bit later. Yeah, but the sad thing about this is that we see the evidence of it, right? We see the evidence of the math deficiency. You know what I'm saying? Because people have shown that they're not really competent in these areas. Hold on real quick, man. I don't know how this happened. See, hold on real quick. Shout out to y'all, man. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right, yeah, here we go. All right, here we go. So yeah, we back. So again, right, what I'm saying is that, the concept of the show, are you smarter than the fifth grader, right? You know what I'm saying? Basically, a large percentage of people are not smarter than a fifth grader. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Cosmic Annihilation. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. Those some liking forces in the chat for the Cosmic Annihilation. Definitely appreciate you.
Say here, quote, I believe President Obama is speaking to a tangible, visceral understanding of what it means for all men to relate to women in America. Calling out misogyny is not wrong, end quote.
So again, where's the misogyny in what the polling numbers are showing? This is my question for you guys. Help me out with that. If black men support the female candidate, Kamala Harris, at a higher rate than they support the male candidate, where's the need to call out misogyny in that situation? So what it is that we have a large contingency of people that no one really cares to listen to, that just need to talk to feel the need to be listened to because they've been socially isolated for whatever the reason may be. Nobody owes anybody an ear, if you ask me.
To co-founder Khalil Thompson, you're wrong too. And what you said is unacceptable. You see, what you're missing is that you're basically accusing black men who come up with a reason to not support Kamala Harris as engaging in misogyny. Whatever happened to disagreeing without being disagreeable, President Obama?
Now, what we need to do is going forward, right? I'm not gonna be able to. I'll get it after the stream, Jesse. But you know what? Actually, post it in the Discord. Post it in the Discord. But you know, this again, like, look, hold on real quick.
You're basically accusing black men who come up with a reason to not support Kamala Harris as engaging in misogyny. Whatever happened to disagreeing without being disagreeable, President Obama?
Now, the tactic, right? The tactic of, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to levy this charge onto you. This is the phenomenon of absolutism, right? And we talked about absolutism before. You will see this a lot. You don't support Kamala Harris, you don't like black women. You don't support Kamala Harris, you're weak. This is a form of communication that is very often used. It's a SBE and it's a shaming tactic. And it's a form of communication that's been fostered, adapted, utilized, and normalized by the quote unquote culture. And you see it every day. You know, anybody tries to say that this don't happen, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get about a week worth of 3 live streams a day of me showing that this happens. You know what I'm saying? Right? So we got to ask the question, how does this affect communication? Does this make communication, does this make communication easier, or does it make it more difficult? If you ask me, effective communication leads to effective organization, and effective organization leads to effective strategy, and effective strategy leads to improved outcomes and decision makings. And we see that there's a large deficiency in those things. So if you ask me, this is a huge issue with the communication. And the reason why the communication has been truncated around us is in an attempt to control the communication. If you have a look at, remember, we was talking about religion yesterday, the Tower of Babel, right? When, they was talking in the Bible, and, God wanted to disrupt communication, right? They wanted to disrupt the communication. So God knocked down the Tower of Babel and changed all the languages so people can't talk. Well, this is kind of what you have. Literally, we're dealing with the Tower of Babel, which is funny because people have adopted the term quote unquote babbling, and they just say babble and repeat babble and say babble. And there's actually like a context and a connotation for where the idea of babble came about, right? And what's interesting is that the people that repeatedly repeat the word babble, you know what I'm saying, we're kind of dealing with our own Tower of Babel issue right here as a result of the monolith enforcement of poor communication and no math skills, right? Yeah, shout out to Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? I agree. Win Loser Rug said Democrats have had their hands in house business for too long. Facts. If you guys agree with Win Loser Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And now here's the thing, right? You got to understand, this is like speaking a different language, right? So, this will be seen as hilarious by some people. And then when it gets out, it's the same phenomenon as Ohio State. When Ohio State leaves out of the Big Ten, they get their ass kicked, right? So this would be cool, and everybody would think this is some shit. But then when this gets out into the regular world is sending this shit back with tomatoes thrown at it. Like, this look dumb and sound dumb. This is stupid. Don't nobody care about this. And then everybody's sitting around all hurt, like, yo, like, nobody cares about this thing that we care about so much. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you shouldn't care about it so much. You know what I'm saying?
What happened to that? All of a sudden, we want to challenge men and our love and our affection as black men for black women. We want to bring that into question because we've got an election coming up and people may have the temerity to think differently than you. It's because she's a woman.
This is menticide. You guys remember the term menticide? This is quality control being ran. Quality control being ran is default to the shortcut. Default to the shortcut of, I can't deal with an argument, so I'm going to use absolutism. See, so now, as you can see, what's going on here is that Stephen A. Smith is he's not able to debate. his issues with the policy points that he has with Kamala Harris. Now, mind you, he's still voting for Kamala Harris, right? Because like I told you, this even affects people that vote for Kamala Harris, right? But now Stephen A. Smith has to, he doesn't have to, but it's a deflection tactic and he's falling for the deflection. He has to now address and prove that he doesn't hate black women. The question was about supporting her policies, not whether or not I have a bias about a group of women. But shortcut culture, easy way culture has enforced somebody says something that you don't like, default to the quickest deflection and then put the pressure on that deflection and force the rebuttal of proof onto the deflection. This is pathetic. And it's a way of life. And pathetic people live pathetic ways of life. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a pathetic person.
That she's in danger of losing this election? Didn't Hillary Clinton win the popular vote in 2016? Didn't she get over 2.8 million more votes than Donald Trump in the popular vote for the 2016 election? Last time I checked, she's a woman. Are we there sitting here and implying that black men would be more apropos to support a white woman than a black woman? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? It's a rhetorical question because it makes no sense to me.
So now Stephen A. Smith escalating. He escalating, y'all.
Before I go even further, let's hear more from Mr. Khalil Thompson himself. Quote, "We're not a monolith."
Lies, 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 lies. If we weren't a monolith, the conversations would be different. These are lies. Anyone that says that we're not a monolith, you'll always find this. That is somebody that supports the monolith. What this is called is cloaking. They're trying to cloak the reality. Again, you're not supposed to see reality. So you see a 1-to-1 ratio. You see everybody saying the same thing. You see everybody utilizing ineffective communication techniques. You see, hear, experience all of this stuff, but you're not supposed to believe it. I see a monolith. The numbers show that we're a monolith. I'm going to tell you that we're not a monolith and just believe what I tell you. In other circles, this is considered, if a white person did this, this is I'm white and I say so. I don't know if there's a term for it when black people do it. You know what I'm saying? But if a white person did this, this will be called I'm white and I say so. I don't know what we call it when we do it. I think it doesn't have a name because it's part of an enforcement techniques. So if you don't name something, in many cases, it's hard for it to be identified, which is one of the reasons why we have the issue with the delineation, right? You know what I'm saying? We're going to call ourselves this and call ourselves that so that we can be identified and be able to gain, you know what I'm saying, what's owed to us. If we don't identify this, we can hide this defect in the culture. If we don't identify this gene marker, we can lie and say that people don't have cancer. This is pathetic. This is cowardice. You know what I'm saying? We are a monolith. The numbers, the data, the evidence, the behavior, the insanity, the political insanity, it all shows evidence that we are a monolith. Now, somebody that's vested in the monolith remaining in existence is trying to hide the existence of the monolith to preserve it. We are not a monolith. Lies. We've already proven black voters are a monolith. Right? How many people, if you guys agree, black voters are indeed a monolith? Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The African Americans are the most loyal Democrat constituency. Monolithism. No American ethnic group is as reliably and deeply partisan. Since 1964, when Republicans nominated Barry Goldwater, who voted against that year's Civil Rights Act, no Democratic presidential candidate has captured less than 80% of the black vote. Come on. Timeline, percentage, and repetition all show evidence that we are a monolith. We are a monolith. Shout out to Carlton Way. We are a monolith. Now, why are people sitting here giving disinformation saying that we're not a monolith? What is the upper limit of support that's expected? What are we supposed to do? Now, mind you, we do all this since 1964. Black people should have a tattoo that says been serving the Democrats since 1964, right? When the Republicans nominated Barry Goldwater, who voted against that year's Civil Rights Act, no Democratic presidential candidate in history has captured less than 80% of the black vote. Now, remember on the Matrix, nobody's ever survived a one-to-one confrontation with an agent. No Democrats have ever not received 80% of the black vote. How is that not a monolith? Are we changing the definition of words? Are we changing the definition of math? Oh, yeah, I forgot. We just saw they think that math is racist. Math is racist because it exposes faulty culture within the monolith. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says no less than 80% is not only is no less than 80% insane, since 1964 consecutively no less than 80% is also insane, bro. That is wild. That's quality. Again, that's quality control. That's process control for, you know what I'm saying, it's 2024. 60 years of consecutive at the bottom level, 80% support. That is Six Sigma quality control. That is ISO 9000 on that ass. I can't keep saying it. That is Six Sigma level quality. Do you know what I'm saying? The menticide is real. But again, the menticide is so real that we are a monolith, undeniably, and you have people that still sit there and deny the monolith. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said over half a century, quality control at the highest level. Quality control, bro. They running on 6 Sigma standard deviation. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. I mean, they minimized the 60 years at 80%. They've minimized the variability. That variability is that they know what's about to happen every single time. Six Sigma strategies seek to improve manufacturing quality by identifying and removing the causes and defects and minimizing variability. Bro, there's a factor in finance that's called a beta coefficient, and the beta coefficient is a measure of volatility. It's the same as like the letter R, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Correlation in statistics, right? If we plotted our voting behavior on a graph and looked at it from a financial lens, we would have a beta coefficient of 0. We have no variability, none. There is no volatility, none. No volatility. Completely process completely within control when it comes to black voting. Completely within control. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said the menticide of black Americans, independent thought. The documentary. I can see it now, bro. Facts. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said corporations should study the Democratic Party. Well, that's the thing, right? You know that the Democratic Party works hand in hand with the corporations. So where do you think they get their consultation on how to create these processes from? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the Democrats are the new Christian church, keeping us as a demographic in line. Sad. I mean, on the actual line, you guys know that the quality control line, like the line where the variance and the standard deviation have the predictable, variations and stuff. Actually, we're actually on the control line. We are on the control line, running quality control on that ass. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Running quality control on that ass, man. The line, the graph. Look at it. Hold on real quick. I'm about to pull it up. Wait a minute. What the hell? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Yeah, see, look at this. Hold on real quick. View image. All right, so look, this is what a quality control line looks like. All right. Look at this. Quality control chart. All right, hold on. We're gonna blow this up a little bit so y'all can see it. Now look at this. You see this? Now, if you look right here, this red line, this is the upper limit, right? This green line down here, this is the lower limit. This blue line is the control line. Bro, the standard deviation got to be like 0.00000000000000000000001. It's like 0.1 times infinity to the -1. Got to be like that small of a deviation. They are on, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to Democrats, black people are on this control line over a time period. You see the x-axis is time. Over 60 years, quality control. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I saw a crazy video caping for Obama this morning right after your stream. It was from some chick with finger waves. Oh, you know she was going in. You know she was going in. I don't know what it is about. I don't know what it is about finger waves, but finger waves, you know what I'm saying? They did that be helping people go in like nuclear. I know she was lit with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about the finger waves, but the finger waves be adding, they be adding a little bit to it. You know what I'm saying? So now here goes my question, right? And again, you know, I always invite people to debunk my talking points, right? And they get so triggered that they want to fight, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? Because you can get your life can get debunked too, right? But my question is, debunk the quality control talking point. Debunk the quality control talking point.
However, we are just like every other American in this country who wants a good paying job that we can provide for our children and participate in their lives and the lives of our partner, that we can get them home safely, afford to go to the grocery store, save a little for retirement, and have a vacation. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that explanation, Khalil Thompson. Why didn't you say that from the jump?
Right, so now we at level, what was we at level 3? We at level 4, Stephen A. Now, you guys see he's escalated. We 5 minutes in, he's escalated. Shout out to Kirk. What's good with it?
What's up with the misogyny comments? I will have you know. And President Obama, our 44th president of the United States, who I voted for not once but twice, who was the president from 2009 to 2017, who to me.
Yeah, shout out to Miss Nisi. I gotta now, you know, of course, right? Of course, I'm biased, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I gotta agree. It's irrefutable. You can't debunk the that's why you get people come in and want to fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I don't know why if somebody think that they, you know what I'm saying, if you can't debunk one of my talking points, I don't know how you think you going, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you don't know how you're not gonna get debunked in a fight, but whatever, right? Yeah, it's irrefutable. It can't be debunked. It's quality control. You know what I'm saying? The quality control has been run and the behavior is predictable. It's right on the control line. Voting Democrat at a lower limit of 80% for 60 consecutive years. That is, man, listen, Honda, you know what I'm saying? Motorola, you know what I'm saying? Toyota, Volvo, man, them companies, man, they would love to have quality control like that. Democrats got quality control on that ass. Quality control. And what's crazy about it is that amongst us, the contingency that we deal with, most people, they don't even know, they don't even know what the hell that is and not concerned with it. Somebody, you know what I'm saying, you tell people like, yo, Democrats been running quality control on us, man. Look at this, look at these numbers, look at this. You weak if you don't support Kamala Harris. That's the response. I'm talking about quality control, bro. What are you talking about? I'm weak if I don't support Kamala Harris. I'm not even talking about her. I'm talking about process management. Man, you just got a problem with white women, don't you? You just got a problem with black women, don't you? Like, what? So again, like, have you all ever noticed that in most cases, it's almost like a miss conversation? You will see these situations where like you're kind of thrown off because you look at two people and they've said things that don't even relate to what each other said to each other. And somehow it turns into an explosive argument or a fight. And it's just bizarre. And you kind of be sitting there like, what happened? All you got to do is when you get done with this, go just watch some other video and you know what I'm saying, you'll probably see it in your algorithm.
was exemplary, who to me had the greatest first lady in the history of this country, who has been a phenomenal role model to black people and to black men and the men across this globe. That same Barack Obama, how could you say something like that? How could you ignore the facts that are lying in front of all of us? You don't want Trump to be president. We think that Trump could be an unmitigated disaster. In my opinion, he'll be on a revenge tour. In my opinion, there's a lot of things he bloviated about and didn't deliver on. We don't want to get into too much about COVID. We don't want to get into much about him overblowing his contribution to HBCUs.
Look. Hey, so y'all see how Stephen A. doing it, right? This is why he got a 10 out of 10 on this one. He covering all the bases. You know what I'm saying? He's going at Obama's talking points, and he's making sure, you know what I'm saying, to maintain the monolith for his paycheck. Look at Stephen A. Look at Stephen A. Stephen A. running quality control. He 10 out of 10 on it.
The wall that he was going to build, and the Mexican was going to pay for it. He ended up building 2% of the wall, and the Mexicans didn't pay a dime. We could get into a whole bunch of stuff about him. That's a given. I understand that. But let's get back to the part about black men. That's what we're going to talk about right now.
Alert, level 5. We just, there was no warning. You know what I'm saying? We just suddenly switched gears. Now we're on level 5 because that's what we finna talk about.
That's what we're going to talk about. President Obama, why didn't you tell the folks with the cameras rolling and the black men in attendance that there's been diminishing black voters, particularly black men, since you were in office?
Now, again, why is that? Because when you're at the upper limits of support, you cannot go beyond the upper limits. So the only direction when there's a higher probability, because there's more area for you to go in that direction, is down. This is basic math, basic algebra, basic calculus. This is integrals, area under the curve. How many people have ever taken a calculus class? This is probability distributions using integrals. When you're at the upper limits, because the area under the code is the largest area, X times Y, right? Because it's the largest area, it's the highest probability of direction for you to go. Because the area between the upper limit is smaller than the area below the curve, which would be the lower limit. This is basic math. This embarrassing conversation where the ball has been completely dropped on this Obama situation has exposed the lack of competency in basic math. You know what I'm saying? Yet education is not an issue that's on the ballot as an issue of concern.
In 2008, 95% of the black populace voted for Barack Obama. It dipped in 2012 by about 6 to 8%. It dipped another 6% in 2016 when Hillary was running. It dipped even more in 2020 when Trump ran against Biden. It's been dipping since 2008. It didn't just start. Was that about misogyny? Was that about a hesitancy to support our women? I am getting sick and tired of black men being raked through the coals because of some imagery of not being supportive of black women. Do you know what most black men would do if they saw a black woman getting harmed in the streets? They put their lives on the line for that sister. We talked about the absence of black fathers in the past.
So again, I want you guys to see here, right? What you have going on. What you have going on here is now Stephen A. Smith. He's been, the deflection was successful, right? The deflection was successful, and as a result of the successful deflection, he now has to, profess his love and admiration and what he's willing to do for black women as a result of Barack Obama, using shaming tactics. The idea is to recognize shaming tactics and don't respond to shaming tactics and identify them as shaming tactics and point that out. This is what I'm talking about as far as the area under the curve, probability density functions. We begin by defining continuous probability density function. We use the function notation f of x, intermediate algebra, may have been your first formal introduction to functions. In study of probability, the functions we study are special. We define the function f of x so that the area between it and the axis is equal to probability. See, the area between it and this axis. So if you're looking at a graph where there's an area, right, of the upper limit and the ceiling, right, which would be 80% and 100%, that area is geometrically smaller than the area going from 80 down to 0. And again, this is why the Democrats don't want you knowing anything. This is a simple math problem. Yeah, shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Larry and Stephen A. Smith are making your point on fake pro-blacks and the conservative grifters. Yeah, facts. We should call it. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. Right? I don't agree with everything Neely Fuller Jr. says, but that is a brilliant, logical human being. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. Right? This is why you gotta come up with terms like Neely Fuller Jr. said. This is why I say we should call them convertibles. They convert. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tedra. Tedra said, is this from the man who would do anything to make his white boss money? Yeah, listen, it is. And this is why I'm saying, I don't know how he pulled this one off, but he gets a 10 out of 10 on this. He did all kind of gymnastics on it. This brother gets a 10 out of 10 on this. This is content creation at its finest. You know what I'm saying? This is content creation at its finest. It don't get no better than this. You know what I'm saying?
What do we do simultaneously? We applaud the mothers who've uplifted us, who've nurtured us, who've made us into who we are. I can make an argument. No one.
Uh-oh, see, there it is. It happened. We in the red now. He's screaming. There it is. We lit. You know what I'm saying? 8 minutes in, we lit.
The absence of black fathers in the past. What do we do simultaneously? We applaud the mothers who've uplifted us, who've nurtured us, who've made us into who we are. I can make an argument. No one loves women, particularly black women, more than black men. No one.
Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, you knew it was coming, man. You knew it was coming. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Manosphere Hall of Fame said Obama did not realize that he was indirectly saying to Kamala is as much of quality candidate as himself in 2008. Obama is either dumb or he believes we all are. I would say it's a little bit of both. Yeah, shout out to these are facts. Right. Hey, you know when Stephen A starts screaming, it's over, bro. It's done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. We've now officially entered, you know what I'm saying? We've now officially entered the fuck shit zone.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Hey, Stephen A about to go werewolf.
You must know this. Black men support the Democratic Party.
Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Yeah, you already know, bro. You know the Reaper keeping 1,000. You know the Reaper keeping 1,000, man. The Reaper funny as hell, man.
More than everyone but black women. That means we support the Democratic Party more than white women, more than white men, more than Latino women, more than Latino men, more than Asian women, more than Asian men. Nobody, in terms of percentage, supports the Democratic Party more than black people.
And again, so here goes the thing, right? Stephen A. Shout out to Stephen A. Stephen A. using the numbers and the facts. That's why I can appreciate this. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said Stephen A sounded like Myron. Look, Stephen A got more swag than Myron. Myron just a clown. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Stephen A be on some dumb stuff sometimes, but you know what I'm saying? Like Stephen A, you know what I'm saying? I could, you know what I'm saying? I could rock with Stephen A. Stephen A got some swag, man. Myron is just you again. You know what I'm saying? Like Myron just Myron is just gutter sludge. You know what I'm saying? He's just gutter sludge. Myron is human truffle butter. You know what I'm saying? Myron is a human equivalent of truffle butter.
Black women first, black men second. Even as we sit here today, as Kamala Harris is neck and neck with Donald Trump, she's getting at least 80% of the black vote, according to the polls. And if there's a question mark about her, why don't we tell the truth? It may very well have nothing to do with her, per se, but what she has inherited. You have a president in Joe Biden who has his own history. Don't get me started with the crime bill of 1994. We want to bring up Trump in the 70s and rent control and all and denying rent to black folks. We don't want to bring up Biden and how he got along with segregationists in the 70s. We don't want to bring up how Kamala Harris.
Now, mind you, right? We talking about Stephen A. Smith. Now, here goes Stephen A. Smith, right? Now, he's sitting up there talking about criticizing Biden for getting along with segregationists. While, you know what I'm saying? You know, that what's the dude named Jerry Jones? That's Stephen A. homeboy. That's Stephen A.'s homeboy. So, you know, again, this is one of these things that you see with a lot of pro-blacks and a lot of pro-black coons. They will criticize anybody else and any association that you have with any person that's not black. They can deem that person as a white supremacist, and it's okay to make their point. But the white supremacists that they choose is permissible and okay because they have some type of authority or understanding of blackness more than you do. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. And nobody says anything about it. Nobody calls that nonsense out. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't agree with that comment that people make. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I prefer my racism up front. And I don't care how famous you are on YouTube. I don't care how many subscribers you got and you say that you prefer your races up front. I'm sticking with my original shit. I prefer my races in a natural history museum, a casket, or an urn. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say some stuff just because other people saying it. I don't agree with that talking point at all. People say they want to get rid of WS, actually get rid of it. You don't get rid of it by having a preference. You get rid of it by, you know what I'm saying, pouring the ashes out into the water. That's how you get rid of it. I prefer I don't prefer any races. I prefer quality control on racists, 0%, with no variation and no standard deviation, because I believe what I say. I don't just say shit to get a rise out of people. I believe the shit that I say. You know what I'm saying?
Harris, then a presidential candidate in 2020, called him out for his support of segregationists when it came to busing. We want to ignore that. You don't think black people heard that? You don't think this nation, thoughts in the minds of black people, it leads the past? Not even talking about what he's done during this administration, which some people will believe his policies and his heart have been in the right place in some of their eyes. You're President Obama. How do you ignore that? Inflation, the cost of living, the price of gas, the price of groceries.
Shout out to Lewis. What's good with it? Yeah, shout out to you, Manosphere Hall of Fame. That's one of the things, like, you know, like a lot of these cats, you know, I be kind of, I look and I be like, yeah, okay, like, I mean, I hear you, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it must not be that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever, like, imagine going to the doctor and you be like, I prefer my I prefer my cancer metastatic because I know that shit really killing me. Like, what? You sound crazy. What? If you had a choice of, benign cancer or metastatic cancer, which one you want? I prefer my cancer metastatic all up in my liver and kidneys, because at least I know that shit killing me. I can see it on the paper. What? Yeah, all right. You know what I'm saying? Sound good for YouTube. Take it to the bank and see how much money you get when you throw it down on the teller counter. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shout out to Ryan Glenn. That shit sounds stupid as hell. I prefer my cancer metastatic. You know what I'm saying? I want that shit aggressive. Make sure you got that shit all up and through my biliary system. Like, what? I want the lymph nodes involved in everything. Like, because I know I can feel the pain. I know that shit killing me. What? Yeah, I mean, hey, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, shout out to kudos to you. I you know what I'm saying? I got my, hey, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. Let me throw my little quarter in the bucket and keep it pushing, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, man. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know. Everybody got their preference. Some people like their steak, you know what I'm saying, medium. Some people like it well done. You know what I'm saying? You know. Shout out to Kurt. Kurt said Kamala Harris ain't neck and neck with Donald Trump. She's footing ass with Trump's shoe and will be left hanging out her mouth in November. Yo, bro, and her mouth can open up wide enough to where the whole shoe can actually hang out of it. Did you see the thumbnail that TD used for his stream for his video this morning? You know what I'm saying? Her mouth looked like a flat sewer head could just come out of it parallel to the ground with the mouth opened up around it. The mouth was so wide. I was like, where'd you find that picture at? Is that AI? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Make sure y'all show Kirk some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Kirk for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Oh man, hey, we gotta have fun with it though, right? Hey, we gotta have fun with it for real though, man. Like, it's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hear you, I guess, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's, you know what I'm saying? Somebody tell you, hey, which one would you rather have? You know what I'm saying? Would you rather have somebody, you know what I'm saying, put a cap in your dome, or would you rather have somebody just stab you? You know what I'm saying? Like, stab you right in the chest with, you know what I'm saying, like the craziest knife that they could find. Bro, I don't want neither. I'm fighting for my life. Whatever I can do. Whatever's I'm not gonna have a choice of what happens, because I'm not about to let neither go down. I'm not picking no option on that. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have that knife right through my sternum, so I can see it, so I can see my own blood dripping down it, because I know it's right there. Like, yeah, nah, I don't, nah, I'm not following on that one. You know what I'm saying? Sorry.
That don't matter. Folks ain't paying attention to that. Immigration and our borders. And this belief that there's an elevated level of sensitivity towards them, as opposed to black folks struggling, if not starving, in this country. Yes, that plays a role too. I brought it up right here on this show. When the mayor of New York was talking about $53 million in prepaid credit cards for immigrants who came across our borders illegally and having prepaid credit cards for them. And I said, wait a minute, black folks been starving for years. We ain't get that. You don't think they notice? You don't think they notice? Is it possible that the only reason some black folks, not me, but some black folks may not be inclined to vote, or they may be a bit disenchanted,
Look
or
at
dare I
it.
say may even be willing to go as—
Yo, that picture is wild. Is that one of them hybrid AI pictures? And very active, or very, very accurate, right? Bro, it looked like she could spit a sewer cover out of her mouth, you know what I'm saying, with it, you know, parallel to her face, like the whole mouth formed around it, and she just did one of them, like, you know, like with her mouth open, with the whole sewer cap coming out perpendicular to the ground at you. Like, how could you, You got like extended jaw, like some double jointed jaws or something like that to be able to open your mouth up that wide. Like that, you look like you could anaconda, you know what I'm saying? Like anaconda swallow a blimp on that thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I don't know where he found that at, but that's wild, man.
As far as voting for Trump, is it possible that it's policy as opposed to misogyny? Is it possible that they've looked at a Democratic Party that is locked in on addressing or not addressing immigration and folks crossing the borders illegally, and have prioritized focusing on that along with other issues, identity politics and beyond, that has become such a focal point that has turned off folks in the African-American community? Some, not most, not all, just some. Is that possible? And is it possible that that is the reason why even Kamala Harris herself?
Hey, Stephen A. Smith's shirt look like a paper towel. Y'all ever seen the paper towels with them? Like, just sometimes paper towels for no reason, it'll be a roll of the paper towels that got a pattern on it. All the other paper sometimes it happened with the bounty paper towels, right? Like you would just get like you would get 3 things of paper towels. It usually comes when you get the ones that are not like the big size paper towels. Like when you get the ones that's when you ain't got no money, and so you just get like the regular size paper towels, and it's only like 2 in a row. When you get the ones that's regular size, the broke week paper towels, and it's only 4 of them in there, one of them I have like a pattern on it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times. Stephen A. Smith's shirt got the paper towel pattern on it. Shout out to John. John said that thumbnail said, "Have you ever been swallowed?" Bro, that thumbnail says some wild stuff on it. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Swallow.
That paper, yo, that thumbnail was crazy. That thumbnail was crazy. I was like, what? Where? Hey, could you imagine if she did her mouth like that during the interview? They wouldn't want her to come back to no like interview. They'd be like, yo, I thought you was one of them demons that was climbing up the ceiling on Legion or something like that. Like, you remember on Legion when that demon, it was like a clown, and he was like, or no, it was an ice cream truck driver, and he was real skinny, and like he turned into, his limbs got real big, and he started moving like a spider, and he started screaming, and his jaw like went all the way down to the ground. That's how she looked on that thumbnail. She looked like that nigga on Legion. Hold on, man. We gotta find him real quick. Hold on, man. Hey, his mouth was all the way down to the ground. Oh, of course they're gonna make it. Hold on real quick. Of course they're gonna make it where you can't find it. Demon on the movie Legion. Who seen that? Tyrese was in that movie. Right here. Wait, hold on. No, here go a better picture. Here go a better picture. Here she go right here. Hold on real quick. Hey, it's crazy. This is how she was looking on that thumbnail. Look at this right here. Hold on real quick. hey, she looked just like this. She looked just like that on the thumbnail. I was like, yo, first of all, where you get that thumbnail from? And where, and why was she doing her mouth like that? That's exactly how she looked on that thumbnail. Man, go look at that thumbnail that TD did that live stream from earlier. Tell me that don't look like that. That Kamala Harris don't look like that. I was like, what? Man, what was going on with her on that thumbnail? Like, what was the situation that led to that face? You know what I'm saying? I got to do a full investigation now. Like, I got to find out like what happened there. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, look, Stephen A. Smith even like, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
has become a bit more assertive in addressing the issue of immigration, in addressing the economy, in addressing a plan for Black America as opposed as it pertains to facilitating more business loans.
Hey, look.
For minority.
Hey, that might be one of them pictures from one of those staffers that quit, because you know she you know she be having issues with the staffers, and like all the staffers be quitting, right? Somebody probably went back there and seen her, you know what I'm saying, like in the bathroom or something like that, and she was mad and she was talking to herself or something like that, or was yelling at somebody on the phone, and she almost swallowed the whole phone because she put it all the way down her throat when her mouth was open like that to scream at somebody about it. And you know how she was like she was like, we only got 65 more days. It was like, I'm not about to work 65 more minutes, and then left. No, you know what I'm saying? No clock out, no nothing. Just bounced. Where the staff at? We ain't seen them since about 9 o'clock this morning. You know what I'm saying?
The ownership and things of that ilk. Is it possible that Black folks, particularly Black men, more so than the Black women, who you look at Roe v. Wade and the women's rights and what have you, in Trump's position, they're like, he's got no chance in hell of luring them in. But is it possible that when it comes to the men are saying,
listen, listen, look, shout out to Kurt, right? Hey, look, we gonna get, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna get kind of raunchy real quick, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt, right? Kurt says, caption, insert Willie B here. Now, you know, I know some people have seen those memes, right? It'd be women reacting to quote unquote men, you know what I'm saying? They'll see a certain man and they'll be like, let's get it cracking. And in other pictures, they'd be like, I'm not even about to try that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, right? But just me and my experience, you know what I'm saying? You know, that kind of phenomenon exists for men too. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people might see, you know, that thumbnail of Kamala Harris and be like, oh yeah, bet. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt. Caption, insert Willie B here. Some people will see that and be like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Other people will be like, yo, that's kind of scary. I'm one of them, yo, that's kind of scary people. What's your demon name is what I'm asking. Do they call you Beelzebub? Like, what's your real actual name? You know what I'm saying? That's you talk about quality control. That there is outside of my parameters of acceptability. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna actually that's gonna actually scare me. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Get all that. But what you gonna do for us? Could it be the issues as opposed to just misogyny? You know the answer to that question better than me, Barack Obama. The right may have a problem with you. Folks on the left, Democrats, progressives, you're revered. As a Black man who is an independent, you are an incredible role model and somebody that I have admired for years. But to say that to Black men, to
Stephen A. Smith, nice nasty them. Yo, if y'all think I think Stephen A. Smith, I think he did the job on this one. Now, again, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was some stuff that I didn't agree with, right? You know what I'm saying? And, you know, he had to run back some of his coon talking points. But I think I ain't mad at Stephen A. Smith on this one. You know what I'm saying? I think Stephen A. Smith, I think Stephen A. get the 10 out of 10 from me on this one. You know what I'm saying?
Attribute their hesitancy, their reluctance, their reticence to support Kamala Harris to, you just don't want to support a woman, really? Respectfully, sir, that's messed up. That's a messed up thing to accuse Black men of, when you know good and damn well there are a plethora of reasons for us to point to than that to justify our apprehension. Doesn't mean you ain't gonna vote for her. Doesn't mean you don't want her to win. But my Lord, is it a crime to not be ultra excited when you see some of the choices that are before us?
Hey, that's just a funny way to put that. But is it not fair to not be excited? Yeah, it's not really anything to be excited about, you know what I'm saying? But again, you see the epic crash out, you know what I'm saying? The blue pill radical simping forces in the comment section, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna shoot up like Bane on Batman, you know what I'm saying, and drink all the creatine and swell up with gynomastia and come after you with Hassan Campbell arms, all kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
And you see the decisions that have been made and the messages that have been disseminated. A black man asking, what about us, is not a crime. It's not misogyny. It's us.
That's funny that you said that, bro. I was actually going to name the stream, you know what I'm saying, Stephen A. Smith and his bipolar destruction of Obama. You know what I'm saying? But that's facts right there. That's facts. Stephen A. is the epitome of hot and cold. He be hitting the target or he aims somewhere not on the same planet as being correct. Bro, aims at the bull's. He finds the bullseye and then literally turns 180 degrees away from it. And then, you know what I'm saying, grand slams in a completely different direction. Like, what? That's facts. That's Stephen A. all the way. He either hit the target or like I'm not hitting the target today. And then just, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna just throw the ball somewhere else. You sit there looking like what?
Exercising our rights as American citizens to question why you should have our support, which you yourself as the president for 8 years told us we had every right to do. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Hey, Stephen A. Smith, man. Stephen A. Smith, nice nasty them. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to y'all. I know y'all know what y'all know what the nice nasty is. You know what I'm saying? Stephen A. Smith, nice nasty them. And I'm not mad at it. I think Barack Obama, that was a well-earned nice nasty. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, right, Barack Obama is the minister of mis and disinformation. And you know what I'm saying? Simp enforcers put certain things out for certain people to latch onto, right? But they can't even latch onto it because we've already shown this. Published on October 14th of 2024, right? Kamala Harris erases Donald Trump's gains with black voters in a new poll, right? And again, there's not really any gains. Again, these are mathematical normalcies that we see occurring. These aren't really gains or losses. These are, you know what I'm saying, control levels moving around and shifting, right? A new poll reveals Kamala Harris has similar support from black voters as Joe Biden did in 2020, contradicting previous claims that she was losing their support to Donald Trump. And again, no one said that for the most part, except for Democrats. And I keep telling people, black people are supporting the Democrats. Right? The Democrats are lying on their own supporters. You just bashing Kamala Harris all the time. I'm not bashing Kamala Harris all the time. You literally just saw Barack Obama lie on black Democrats. And then black Democrats would jump out. Democrats are jumping out the window and rolling around on the freeway. You know what I'm saying? To try to, I don't know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Fight you for defending them against Barack Obama. It don't make any sense. But this is what they're doing. They're rolling around on the freeway, playing in traffic. You know what I'm saying? Playing bumper cars with their bodies. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So now, here it says the poll was conducted by YouGov for CBS News between October 8th and October 11th. It found that 87% of black voters likely would vote for Harris and 12% would vote for Trump. So again, she's at the normal control levels. The quality control levels for Democrats is presidents will at the very least get 80% Democrat support from black people, and this will take place in periods of 60 years, right? So, you know, she's within the normal control levels of Democrat black mind control, right? Quality control is effective. We're within parameters, right? What is Barack Obama talking about? We're well within the control level. What now? Again, this shows you the lack of situational awareness of other Democrat voters, because how is it that other Democrat voters don't know the control levels? 60 years, 80% is the minimum. We're within 60 years, we're at an 80% minimum. We're within the control levels. Yet you have other Democrats, y'all niggas don't support us. Like what? Did you take any math for your PhD? I mean, did you even take arithmetic? Do you have a Casio calculator? Can you use your fingers? Why is the math comprehension so low? You know what I'm saying? YouGov's exit poll from 2020 found exactly the same party breakdown, with 87% of black voters having said they voted for Biden and 12% said that they voted for Trump. So again, this poll is also within the established control levels that we calculated. So when Barack Obama looked at his quality control clipboard and said, you ninjas are misogynistic, and then the assistants came in like Destiny's Child and Charlie's Angels, you know what I'm saying, and did the backup singer thing. Y'all niggas show is. Did anybody check the clipboard for the quality control levels? Did anybody check risk management? Who's running quality control on quality control? Shout out to Tark. What's good with it, bro? We got 80 likes. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Make sure y'all hit the bell. Let's try to get to 100. We need to start getting to like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800. Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? Nobody, I mean, again, nobody even fact checked any of this stuff. A simple fact check, right? But again, we saw the lack of fact checking, you know what I'm saying, with a lot of stuff, right? We're not gonna go there, but the results show a slight change from the New York Times Siena College poll published last week, which found Harris's support among black voters at 78% and Trump's support among 15%. And if people weren't dumb, right, which again, the evidence is not really in favor, you know what I'm saying, of people not being dumb, right? We would have had to take a look at the margin of error on this before we declared what was the actual issues of concern, right? So let's actually look at this and see if we can find the margin of error real quick. This is from October 12th. Kamala Harris gets lackluster support among black voters, right? So again, this is alleged, and this is from this poll that they found. So let's see if margin of error is 2.4 points. So the margin of error being 2.4 points, one direction or the other. If we put that, that puts us at 80% for Kamala Harris. That puts us at 80. If we add the margin of error to give Kamala Harris the margin of error, that puts us at 80.4%. That puts us right at the control levels. So this poll wasn't even really a warning. They just reported the poll raw, and nobody calculated in the control or the margin of error. So again, this was a false flag. This is what you call a false flag. Shout out to Kurt Alden. Kurt says, I work with a PhD professor whose brain shuts down when I criticize Obama and Kamala. Pretty crazy how that quality control works. Bro, you should have him call in one day. He will hate you after that, bro. Like, he will not be able to stand. He'll be like, man, who is that terrible person that you listen to? Yes, man, that's my boy Robb, man. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said, when we talk politics, it's like trying to teach calculus to someone who can't even do basic arithmetic. Yeah, that quality, bro. Listen, that quality control. Yo, at your school, right? You should ask them about like Joseph Deming in total quality management. And if you know what I'm saying, in the business administration college, if they have like classes on, you know what I'm saying, fundamental business statistics and QC and quality control and quality assurance. You know what I'm saying? You will be when you look at these processes, you will be amazed and be like, man, why is this never talked about in this context? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the results show a slight change from the New York Siena Times College poll published last week, which found Harris' support among black voters at 78%, which we know had a margin of error of 2.8, which we can use and bump this up to 80.2, which puts us right at the control levels. And if we subtract, because the margin of error, that's 2.8 one way or the other. So if we add to Kamala Harris 2.8, we get 80.2, right? And if we get 80.8, 2.8, right? We get 80.8. And if we subtract from Kamala Harris on the 15% side, we get it down to about like 12.2, right? So again, that puts us at 80 and 15. All right, that puts us at 80 and 12. We in the control range. So again, what Barack Obama did was Barack Obama, you know what I'm saying? He went off and created a viral negative reaction to himself over an incomplete report. Over an incomplete report. And people jumped at the opportunity to run with it because they're also have revealed themselves as incompetent. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, with the race currently on a knife edge, small percentage shifts in turnout among specific demographics in key swing states could determine the outcome of the election. Janiyah Thomas, the Trump campaign's director of quote unquote black media engagement, told Newsweek the campaign was focused on delivering results rather than chasing polls. We know this fight isn't easy, but Team Trump is committed to bringing him back to the White House to continue that progress, lowering costs, creating jobs, and ensuring that black Americans have the opportunity to thrive again, Thomas said. All right. If Harris is elected, would be the first woman to hold the White House and be only the second black person overall. Polling aggregator 538 currently gives Harris a 53% chance of victory against a 46% chance for Trump. All right. But you know, see, Kamala Harris, she's so disconnected from her campaign. Her campaign, Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying, is out here accidentally telling the truth. And her campaign trying to, they not coordinated. They trying to cover up the lies. Kamala Harris out there like, listen, y'all, I'm the underdog. I'm finna lose this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just sit up there and say that at a rally. I'm about to lose this shit, y'all. I'm the underdog. Y'all gotta help me out. Come vote for me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then the polls is like Kamala Harris is beating Trump in every poll. If you listen to it out of that wide circumference mouth of Kamala Harris's, you know what I'm saying? She'll sit there and tell you that she'll tell you the truth. I'm losing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says, here's the plot twist. He's taking classes on data analytics to pad his credentials. But when I give him the data, his brain breaks. In a lot of cases, that's what happens, bro. That's people can't handle it. They can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says other surveys suggest Harris is struggling to match Biden's 2020 appeal with non-white voters, with a Newsweek analysis of recent polling saying she has the support of 56% of Hispanic voters, down from Biden's 59% 4 years ago. So again, the support is trending down across all of these groups, right? Across all of these groups, the support is trending down. But Barack Obama, hey, listen, there's a problem with you black men. Barack Obama, you know what I'm saying? Misinformation. Speaking before a rally at the University of Pittsburgh on Thursday, President Barack Obama addressed black men directly in a speech where he called Harris a leader who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a chance. With that mouth as big as it is, she got a voice for everybody. You know what I'm saying? My understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kind of energy and turnouts in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Actually, it's literally exactly the same. And people just accepted Obama misinformation. Obama added to this apparent lack of enthusiasm seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. Actually, it's the least pronounced with the brothers. It's the least pronounced with the brothers. Again, black men are outperforming in female support when it comes to the presidency. As always, you know what I'm saying? Black men are far, outperforming other groups of men, right? And yet Barack Obama is addressing these black men as if they're underperforming, as people have been trained to address black men in a way of. Who's he doing that on behalf of? You know what I'm saying? That's the real question, right? Who is he doing that on behalf of? So now here it says, part of it makes me think I'm speaking to the men directly. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as the president, and you're coming up with other reasons and alternatives. Now, who in their right mind would think that there's a feeling of not wanting a woman as president when the demographic that he's talking to is supporting the female candidate at the highest rate? Mind you, many of the people who picked this up and ran with this are females themselves. Y'all niggas ain't supporting us. Well, first of all, it's not an us. Nobody's voting for you, right? It's Kamala Harris. There's no us there, right? But second of all, the men who ain't doing shit are actually doing the most when you look at the information, which also shows that a particular demographic of people is information adverse. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, so you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting someone who has a history of degrading you, Obama said, referring to Trump. Now, mind you, he didn't say this at a Trump rally. He said this in a room full of people who support and back Kamala Harris. And he said this to them while making angry faces at them as well. You know what I'm saying? Because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable. Yet, I think that misinformation is not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I think that misinformation is not acceptable. I'm saying, So yeah, man, what do y'all think about this, man? Again, I'll be trying to get some feedback. I want to know what y'all think about this. I want to know, is this accurate? Is this inaccurate? Is this wrong? Is this right? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, if she loved black people, then that means that you love MAGA. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's right. Right. You know what I'm saying? Again, like what we see with a lot of this is the inefficiency of human emotions. You know what I'm saying? And people are really being exposed for their incapabilities. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't know. I really kind of just don't know. What do y'all think? Yo, speaking of this, hey, did y'all hear about this weird stuff that Trump did? Like, just out of the clear blue sky, like he just on demand, like made him play like his top 4 or 5 songs, and he just kind of was like dancing on the stage, like how he'd be dancing in that Eat the Cat video, and just I guess they was playing like some Guns N' Roses or Metallica or something like that, and he was just like vibing out by himself on the stage with Kristi Noem, and then they got like back into the town hall or the interview. Did y'all hear about that? Trump be on some weird stuff sometimes, man.
Talk about the numbers here. When we're looking at the national polls versus when we're looking at battleground specific polls, what are you seeing when it comes to the demographic, and how are they changing?
Sure. Well, nationally, as would be expected, Trump is winning the male vote. Harris is winning the female vote.
Now, mind you, Trump is winning the male vote. Harris is winning the female vote. However, that's not true in the individual demographic of black people. In the individual demographic of black people, Kamala is winning the vote. But Barack Obama and many women right here on YouTube said that y'all niggas don't support us. You was tell that's facts, bro. You know what I'm saying? them is the type of equivalencies that people be making. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Nah, you good, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't even trip. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, we're inherently misogynistic unless we do their bidding. And afterwards, we're still nothing more than misogynist. What's the difference between the two parties? No, that's facts. Great question. Yeah, shout out to PD. PD said, I saw it on Fox News Chicago, comical stuff. Bro, I was trying to figure out what was like, bro, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, he just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm vibing out. I'm about to just stop this shit real quick and vibe out and like dance to this music on stage, and then we're gonna get back to it. Like, what? Okay, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alonzo. What's good with you, bro? Real quick, hit the like button. If y'all haven't hit the like button, please do me a favor. I would appreciate it. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, please take a moment and share the stream. All right. And also, please hit the bell and subscribe to the channel. Right. Shout out to DC Precise. You're not a misogynist. You're a deviant. You're deviating away from quality control. You off that control line. You know what I'm saying?
Harris is winning the low education vote, those with less than a high school degree, and those with college or more. And Trump is winning the voters in the middle. And again, education is a proxy for whether you are on the lower class, middle class, or upper class, professional class. So you could say that Trump is winning those middle class voters across the country. And then Trump is up by 11 points with white voters. Harris is up with black voters as expected, but she's underperformed.
Now you see what he said? As expected. Running quality control on you, expected, within parameters. This is our expectation. You right there with it.
Harris is up with black voters as expected, but she's underperforming Biden's performance with black voters in 2020. And what I mean by that is that Biden carried about 90% of black voters.
But we're not a monolith, though. Why is it that, how come there's nobody that ever says, that's wrong, Rob, we are a monolith? How come, how come nobody ever says that? I want somebody to come in here and tell me that's not true. We're not a monolith. But that don't ever happen. Instead, I have human shit washing here like a toilet overflooded. You know what I'm saying?
About 90% of black voters in 2020. Harris in the poll is winning 67% of those black voters. Trump is winning 26%. Do I think that 26% is a little bit high for Trump? Yes. I think that as those undecided black voters, is about 7% of them make up their mind, they're much more likely to go for Harris. And you know, Trump might be polling a little bit better than what he'll get. But there is some alarms that are going off here with black voters. And you saw even as recently as this weekend, former Obama on the stump basically called out the problems.
Now,
that
again, he's sitting here saying that that Obama called out the campaign problems that the Harris campaign is having with black males, and I don't agree that I don't believe that the Harris campaign is having problems with black males. I believe that any talk of black male issues with the Harris campaign is mis and disinformation. And the reason why is because we've already looked at the data, we've already looked at the chart, we already looked at the quality control, and we're at 80 and 12. The quality control is within constraints. There's no problems. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Things having with black males, right? And that they're not showing the enthusiasm amongst black males and really them coming out and voting as much. And then just to tie a bow on it, I mean, Trump is doing fairly well with Hispanics. He's at 37%. There's room to grow there, and 9% of Hispanics still remain undecided. Harris is winning about 54% of Hispanics. So again, Trump is performing very well with Hispanics, and that can make a meaningful difference as Hispanics make up their mind. And then Trump is winning the rural vote, 57% for Trump, 36% for Harris, 7%.
Shout out to Sensei FBA Marv. Sensei FBA Marv says nobody from foreign lineage talks for FBA folks. I don't think Stephen A. Smith was talking for FBA smoke or folks in this particular video. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all think that Stephen A. Smith was talking for FBA folks? Me personally, honestly, right? I have never accepted anyone, quote unquote, being my spokesperson. You know what I'm saying? Including other Black Americans, because I don't agree with a lot of other Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? But I don't consider anybody a spokesperson for me, because me personally, I don't need or want a spokesperson. Right? You know what I'm saying? So, when people say that, as far as this person speaking, to me, like if you're in question of whether somebody is speaking for you, you don't have a message delivery mechanism of your own, that is a admission of a position of weakness. You know what I'm saying? So, when I be hearing that and I feel that, but you know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree. Shout out to DC. That man talking. That man talking strictly for his check, bro. Facts. Hey, I didn't take that as nobody trying to communicate for FBA. You know what I'm saying? What I be trying to figure out about quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, FBA. When people be saying like, people be like sneaking in, and you know what I'm saying, like, like people be disguising themselves and all that. How do people not be able to tell somebody that's not from the United States? How can you not tell? How did that? How can you not tell? Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, Rob, TD Media is non-FBA, and we FBAs love and respect him. Look, shout out to TD, right? But a lot of FBA people in the comment section, you know what I'm saying, be talking crazy to TD. And I shout out to TD, man. He got hella patience, because y'all see what go down in here. It wouldn't be none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers talking to me crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The people be in his comment section talking wild. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times if you see me in his comment section, you know what I'm saying, like being a mod and modding stuff up, talking crazy to people, I'm talking crazy to people that's going ham, talking crazy to and about TD. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where you've been, but you ain't seen TD's, you know what I'm saying, content for like the last, I don't know how many years. Y'all coming in here talking crazy like this to him? Okay. Whatever. I don't know where you got them marching orders from, but take the motherfuckers back to whoever you got them from. Because I, like me personally, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm a solo assassin. Y'all know I'm a solo assassin. I be through the woods, you know what I'm saying, with the weapons on my back by myself, on the roof with the scope. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have no, you know what I'm saying? I don't really have no crew or no, you know what I'm saying? I got, you know what I'm saying? I got my trench coat, you know what I'm saying, and my blade glasses. You know what I'm saying? I don't do all that click shit. You know what I'm saying? But like I just be sitting there looking like, damn, okay. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even gonna front. That's one of the reasons why, for real, I don't do the click shit. I've seen that shit go bad and go wild. You know what I'm saying? In real life and on social media and shit like that. And I just be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it is what it is. I ain't got time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do me. You know what I'm saying? Like 50 said, I started my own gang. G-Unit, you know what I'm saying?
Decided they're splitting the suburban vote, interestingly enough, especially given the advantage that Harris has with women. So Harris is at 48% in the suburban vote. Trump is at 47%, and 5% remain undecided. And then, as expected,
yeah, and I feel you, bro, and I ain't mad at that. You know what I'm saying? And again, like with Obama, his thing is what he said is straight misinformation. It's not true. He basically came out and flat out lied. right? And then the people that don't like Black Americans took the false talking points and ran with them because they have a ingrained issue with Black Americans and want to act as if they're trying to give us some type of charitable advice or something like that. And it's like you running with fake information. The information not even true. Obama, you know what I'm saying, didn't add in the error margins on this report that he's citing, and then an article came back the next day that debunked everything that Obama said. And, Obama didn't come out and say, thank you to the Black men that's supporting Kamala Harris because y'all displaying Black male excellence, supporting that Kamala Harris at close to 100%. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Barack Obama want to sit up there and be a girl dad. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama want to sit up there and be a girl dad. Shout out to Kirk. Facts. Kirk said you built your own Black pyramid. Bro, facts. It might be a small Black pyramid, but it's going to be the great Black pyramid one of these days.
Urban areas tend to be more liberal. They tend to be very democratic. So Harris is winning urban areas by 55% to 34%. And I'll put a final point here, which is amongst voters who have already made up their mind, Trump and Harris are tied 49% to 49%, with only about 1% which are unsure. Amongst those who are still weighing their choices, Harris has an 11-point advantage. She's at 39%, Trump is at 28%, and the unsure are about 33%. So this is how the polling is breaking out at the national level, and there's very few differences between all registered voters and those who say that they're very likely to vote in the election. These numbers change maybe by 1 percentage point or less, but the battleground states are a slightly different story, right? And that's where Trump starts showing that he has the edge.
So there's that. All right. So again, Barack Obama was incorrect in his assessment, which again, it wasn't an assessment at all. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't an assessment at all. Now, shout out to Sensei FBA Marv. We talked about this before, right? As far as like, you know what I'm saying, reparations and the crime bill and stuff like that. Here go my question with the crime bill. Who's going to enforce the crime bill? My question is the expectation with a crime bill that the same law enforcement that guns us down all the time is going to be trusted and expected to enforce that FBA crime bill, and the same court system that, you know what I'm saying, does shit like give Amber Geiger parole after 10 years, they gonna enforce the hate crime bill? Who gonna enforce it? Shout out to Tark, right? Right. I don't trust the American government to do anything, and I don't advocate working with the American government. I don't think that the American government has any type of investment in doing anything other than harming us. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Ryan. TD has been solid since day one, completely uncalled for. Yeah, man, that's why I be going in on people in this comment section. Like, man, shut up, man, before I disrespect the hell out your ass. You know what I'm saying? I'll do a whole backflip over there and see these comments talking crazy to people, man. Y'all way out of pocket, and a lot of people be letting y'all get out of pocket in their comment section. You know what I'm saying? You definitely, you're not about to disrespect me, and you're not about to disrespect nobody that I'm cool with. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't be on that. You know what I'm saying? And I know TD personally, you know what I'm saying? And I know how his heart is actually in this. So you know what I'm saying? When I see that, it makes me extremely irritated. You got somebody that's actually dedicated to this that could be doing other stuff, you know what I'm saying? And you want to come in the comment section all crazy and charged up off of some shit that you heard somebody else say online, man. Going somewhere with that. I that's why sometimes I really be wishing that, you know what I'm saying, like YouTube was real and it was like an establishment. And I really wish it was like somebody walked in somewhere saying something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? So they could get an example made out of them and like, okay, anybody next? You know what I'm saying? Anybody else want to do that? Because people just be wildly out of pocket on YouTube, man. Wildly out of pocket. And these be the most 5'3", 120-pound non-threatening people in the world that be having the loudest mouths. Shout out, listen, shout out to you, AW1, for sure, bro. Man, listen, if I ever have my way on YouTube, bro, like I said, you know, the party's gonna be lit. The parties is gonna be lit. No, shout out to Tariq. Tariq multitasking, you know, Tariq multitasking and them texted the text message into the chat. I actually did that before. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree, that comes from just being on the internet and not out in real life, bro. Facts. And it's just like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Listen, there was this one time, somebody on the internet kind of said some wild stuff, right? And they actually got on some escalation type stuff and was like, yeah, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay. And then I actually ran into him in real life, and like the tune was completely changed. They was like, I was like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They was like, oh, you know, like, it's always the, I didn't think you were that tall. You know what I'm saying? Like, what being tall got to do with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not that tall. You know what I'm saying? And like, all my friends is taller than me. You know what I'm saying? Being 6 feet tall is not tall. You know what I'm saying? When like all your friends is like 6'4", 6'5", 6'7", 6'8". If you look at a picture of me like standing around all my friends, you would think I'm like 5. You think I'm like 5'8". You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sensei FBA Marv. Sensei FBA Marv says, I believe FBA officers could handle the crime bill if handled properly. Here go my question. How would they engineer that? And what would happen about hiring levels? Because there's issues with there not being a lot of quote unquote black police officers. So how would they do? All these things would have to have workarounds before they actually got introduced into a forum to where they could be voted into law. And when it comes to presenting any of this type of stuff, it has to be all in finished format, like a business plan at a bank. So any of these, 6 feet tall is average. You know what I'm saying? But people so short nowadays, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got all these little people walking around. You know, like I be hearing these content creators like, you know, women be demanding men that's 6 feet tall. Why you demanding a man that's 6 feet tall? 6 feet tall for real. You know what I'm saying? At least in my family, and you know, around the people that I'm around, that's looked at as short. Like you get called a shorty if you're 6 feet tall. That's point guard size. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's people that point guards is like 6'1". You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think that these things gotta have planning, and they gotta be drafted out, and it has to be professional and proofread, you know what I'm saying, and presented and mock presentations and all of this kind of stuff. And all foreseeable bottlenecks have to be dealt with before the submission is in. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't know if we've seen that happen yet. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said, in my opinion, Rob, most women want their men taller when women wear heels. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. That's probably true. One of my exes back in the day, you know what I'm saying? She was kind of tall. Actually, she was really tall. And she was actually taller than me in heels. And it was kind of funny because when we would go out, dudes that were shorter than me would say that I was short because she was taller than me in heels. And we would kind of sit there looking like you look and sound crazy. First and foremost, you're sitting there calling somebody short and we're both towering over you. and the person that you're calling short is taller than you. Nigga, your woman taller than you. We're both taller than you. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like we be at this, we be at this spot, you know what I'm saying? And he's your woman taller than you, nigga. We're both taller than you. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like you're under 6 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? She over 6 feet tall with heels on, and I'm 6 feet tall, and you're on a phone book pointing up at us, calling one of us short. You know what I'm saying? Go sit your ass down somewhere. Go get you some platform shoes or something like that so you can fit in. You know what I'm saying? I don't be knowing where these look, man. Look, listen, man. Listen, I don't know. What I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, y'all know what I'm about, right? I'm about extra political means. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really about dealing with the government all like that. Yeah, have a seat, Muggsy. Right, have a seat, Muggsy. You know what I'm saying? It's a little short ass up. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, your woman taller than you. And we are taller than you. What are you talking about? You like 5'4" sitting up there telling me who's 6 feet tall, and I'm literally standing way over you. You got to press an elevator button to look me in my eye. You know what I'm saying? And you telling me about, you know what I'm saying, little, you know what I'm saying, high heels that, you know what I'm saying, made her like slightly taller than me, man. If you don't shut your inadequate ass up, you know what I'm saying? Your vertically challenged ass. Like I'd be wondering where people be coming up with some of the stuff that they be saying. Then they be getting mad when they get disrespected, because I'm gonna get immediately maximum level disrespectful immediately. It's like no escalation, like automatic disrespect. You disrespected me, automatically you're getting disrespected at the maximum level. Well, you ain't had to call me short like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you just called me short though. But I ain't supposed to call you short, man. If you don't go somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk Alton. Kirk Alton said, this simulator is fun. 6 feet is top 15%. Calculate the level of delusion in some women. Most women don't even know that the size of the man that they want is not 6 feet tall. Most women are so delusional that you can be 6 feet tall, and a woman who says that they want a man that's 6 feet tall will tell you that they're short and then tell you they want a man that's 6 feet tall. You idiot. I am 6 feet tall. You want somebody that's like basketball player size. Dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even know that like you're just saying 6 feet tall because you heard somebody else say that they 6 feet tall. I've literally heard women say that they want a man that's 6 feet tall, and then you suggest somebody that you know for a fact is 6 feet tall, and they say this person is too short. You're dumb. You've deserved the title of dumb. Just like you earned that PhD, you've earned dumb. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to earning everything, right? Shout out to, you know what I'm saying, the equal opportunity to earn. You just earned the title of idiot. You know what I'm saying? He too short. So what you mean is you actually want somebody that's 6'4". Nah, they only got to be 6 feet. Now, I know everybody, I know all the women ain't delusional, but you know what I'm saying? It's like you just be listening sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these are actual situations that I've actually dealt with. Like, you know what I'm saying? A friend of mine, right, was telling me like, yeah, you know, I just want a dude that's 6 feet tall and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, my homeboy over here, he, you know what I'm saying, 6 feet tall, and you know him, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. Ah, nah, not him. He too short. He's literally 6 feet tall. He's literally 6 feet tall. He's too short. You just said 6 feet tall. And this is what I'm talking about like the denial of, like, you say that you want somebody that's 6 feet tall, and then when they present as 6 feet tall, you want somebody that's 6'2" or 6'4". When I used to listen to the Kevin Samuel stuff, and I would hear Kevin Samuel, I'd be listening to the women. I'm like, they want somebody that's six feet tall. They just saying 6 because it's a bunch of sixes in a row. They don't want somebody that's 6 feet tall. Six feet tall is short. Nobody that's 6 feet tall, for the most part, like gets props or recognized or looked at as different or extravagant or, you know what I'm saying, anything because of their height. 6 feet, this, you know what I'm saying, 6 feet tall is nothing. It's you know what I'm saying, it's like average height for a man for the most part. To talk about running quality control on average height for men, right, is, I would say, between 5'9" and 6'1". For the most part, those are visually, you really can't tell the difference from them at a distance. Shout out to Tedra. Tedra said, I was just kidding. I'd be scratching my head listening to some of these women. Me too. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said, translation, Rob, he's not my type, nor he's not good looking enough for them. No, I don't know. Maybe. She literally was like, he's cool and everything is cool, but I just want somebody that's a little bit taller than him. And I'm like, okay, but you know what I'm saying? And then when that individual found when that individual came back and like had some dates and stuff like that, she had like all like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" height guys. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, you don't properly perceive what a person that's 6 feet tall is. Women say they want all kind of stuff. They say they want all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Women say, women talk amongst each other. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like yada yada yada. Like, I need a tree stump. You know what I'm saying? Like yada yada yada. And then, you know what I'm saying? They they say they need a tree stump. You know what I'm saying? Then they find themselves in the woods, and oh my God, you're gonna kill me with that. Like, the fuck are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You just said, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally like this all the time. It's like this in every situation. They say one thing, and then when the presentation of that one thing is there, then it's like, no, this ain't what I was asking for. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, sure, whatever. That's why, like, you know, I learned at a very young age to kind of just like dismiss a lot of things. And it's not just women, like it's everybody. Most people are delusional. I just dismiss a lot of stuff that most people say because it's like, you know, say they don't want that. People say that they want all this seafood and stuff like that. And then like they get the seafood and it's like, I ain't eating that. That look like a bug. You just said that you wanted it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make any sense. And that's why, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't make it make no sense. Leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't mad at that. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said, at 60, I'm so beyond wanting male companionship. I'm jaded. I'm not mad at that at all. I understand that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, when people deal with that, I don't try to convince them one way or another. I simply respect the life experience. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I could tell you stories, you know what I'm saying? Like, life, I've had a very interesting life too. You know what I'm saying? And I get it, man. Like, I'm not mad at that at all. You got to maintain your sanity. You got to maintain your mental health. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's certain things where, like, if you just avoid those situations, for the time being, it can be better for your mental health. So I ain't mad at that at all. You know what I'm saying? And then also another thing, you know what I'm saying, to commend about that is to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a lot of people that would admit, like, I'm jaded. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a honest and very big person with a lot of integrity to admit that about yourself. Most people will not. I know I'm shout out to you. I know I'm a messed up person. I laugh about it and I joke about it and I say it because I've embraced it and adopted it as just part of my livability. It is what it is. I know that I have these things. So it is what it is, right? And I tell somebody like, yo, this, you know what I'm saying? This me right here, right? A lot of people don't though. Like, a lot of people try to present, you know what I'm saying, on the quality control shit. They try to present what they would feel is a acceptable presentation, you know what I'm saying, for public consumption, or like an acceptable presentation for, you know, a social situation. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should do that. I think that people should embrace who they are and present themselves for their real self. You know what I'm saying? Because your real self can change. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you will embrace the changes of your real self as well. You know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, the world that we live in has made people not really be confident with who they are and what they are. And that's an unfortunate situation. You know what I'm saying? It's an unfortunate situation. Here go another unfortunate situation for y'all. For right now, that's all I got. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all, you know what I'm saying, coming through. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. You know what I'm saying? I got some videos and stuff that I'm going to put up. You know what I'm saying? I might do another live stream a little bit later. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate y'all coming through. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love. We had 7 stream sponsors. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB. Shout out to AB on the again. Y'all already know. Again! Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to AB. AB said TD's impressions are getting pretty good. Yo, TD hilarious, man. Y'all don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't know TD like I know it, man. TD funny as hell, for real. Again! TD funny as hell. Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to AP for joining the membership. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AP. Shout out to Saul. You know what I'm saying? Don't let TD find out Saul over here breaking bread with your boy. You know what I'm saying? TD gonna be mad. He gonna block me right in the chat when I comment. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. And shout out to Kurt. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love. Do not move a muscle. All right. Don't move a muscle. The stream will take you right into the next scheduled content. And I will catch you all a little bit later. All right. Peace.
Walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour. Got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Hold up.